我们开啦，各位好，开啦，久等了。Space 应该也是快开始播了，他们的直播应该是3点45分开始。Any minute now。声音还好吧？看一下，应该是 OK。我这次把电脑声音的降噪开了，那可能因为待会儿可能会看吧，我把那个我们的聊天室开了，就是有聊天室邀请的人可以进来聊，随时进来聊天。之前所有出现在我这边的嘉宾都是有可能有空的话都欢迎他们过来反正是唠嗑嘛，因为这是4个多小时的马拉松式直播，所以我总不能一个人瞎逼逼吧，有人进来聊天会好一点。我等一下看有没有嘉宾上线，一个人都不在。主要国内这块应该还都在睡觉吧，所以可能看的人会少一点。但正式的好开始了，有了。开始了，我也把这个录像开一下吧。好，那录像也开始了。那么这次收看的是 Inspiration 4首次全平民的载人航天轨道级任务。4名船员，他会概细聊。这是首次4名全部由非专业的宇航员进行的商业的太空轨道级别的载荷旅行任务啊。他们计划是在空中逗留3天啊。反正待会看吧。Inspiration 4，看一下，我也做好准备。这次时间会非常长，就是确认一下，就是待会正式的发射时间窗口是8点02分正式打开啊，是5个小时的发射时间窗口。但是主要是因为是载人任务嘛，所以它准备流程非常长，所以我们一般是从宇航员着装开始看，所以整个就是从发射前4小时准备工作就已经开始看了。这和之前的几次载人任务都是一样的，非常长，所以现在这里呢，我的准备工作也算是主要的准备工作就绪了。咖啡有了，4个布丁，几个面包，还有2个切好的芒果和1个梨子，这大概是我的战斗存量。边吃边看。我不打算一个人在这边扯淡，有没有嘉宾？现在看着里面有嘉宾吗？加进来，千雪还有其他人呢？那么空舱这边应该是快开了。那么在油管看直播的各位可以看一下我在油管写的简介，是今天花了一点时间好好写出来的，应该是把我想讲的内容大部分都覆盖在那里了。那 B 站后来看录像的话，那么可以再看一下，我应该是把相同的内容放到的B 站专栏里面，应该已经发出来了。我看一下啊，发出来了，确实发出来了。刚才也在跟房东和室友在聊这个这次任务啊，还是非常有意思的。尤其这4个人的故事都非常好。待会有机会再逐渐开始聊吧。总归现在先放松一点吧。这次时间非常长啊，我也就不用太刻板的方式反正就是尽量放松的。我们就是这也可能算是一个正式的瞎看了，就算是怎么说呢？不算是一个正式的解说版，算是更像是一个瞎看版。我要跟嘉宾说一下怎么进来。我再等一等吧。操，给我一接电话。算了，先不管。 上看我直接拉一下吧。可以拉的。唉。现在多少人呢？6、7个人，人不多啊。现在国内时间确实比较早。再是等一下，什么时候开呢？好，现在好像加进来了。说话看呢？暂时没有声音。好，有了，空舱那边开了。听到了。欢迎嘉宾之一。
OK。
好久没有，还记得的话是观众还记得的话，这是第一次空叉 Demo 1，不 Demo 2的时候，第一次实验性载人发射的时候，我一起看的嘉宾。好久没有来做这个直播嘉宾了。你有在看空叉官方那个直播吧？又没声音。
官方直播。
对啊。
我在看你 YouTube 上的那个直播。
那不是要听自己回应嘛？你开那个空叉的官方就好了。你看这个声音。对。这边主播是 Jessica 和 Andy Chong。上次发射的时候就有人在说怎么没有见到 Jessica， 你看这次又看到了吗？
看到他了。我把那个你那个 YouTube 上的那个声音给关掉了，现在只有 Discord。
对，这样可以。
对啊，
你可以听一下，你开一下空叉官方的直播，那样可以听他们在讲什么。
官方的就是说这个 YouTube 是你的现在这个直播的这个画面是吧
？And this will mark the first ever all-civilian mission, meaning that no one on board has a day job as an astronaut. We'll hear more about each of them.
对，就说这是第一次全平民的一个宇航员载人发射任务，因为他们的正经工作就是平时的工作都不是宇航员。不过他们接下来的半年的时间应该都是跟这个相关的事情。他们也是从7、8个月前。甚至9个月、10个月前开始就已经开始训练了。
The data they collect will be invaluable to furthering human exploration of space. And as if making an impact to our future in space wasn't enough,
包括他们本人4个人也是实验体每一次载人实验其实都是有珍贵的载人数据的，而且尤其呢这次呢还会上升到一个比较高的高度啊，575公里，比国际空间站的高度要高啊。
Jared donated $100 million from his own pocket.
好多东西要讲，他们4个人在 Holy shit！ 哇，这个背景播报好吵。
If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see that we've integrated a donation function for viewers. The Inspiration 4 mission is currently at about $30 million of the targeted $100 million. So every dollar counts. Please donate if you can.
他们的目标还没有完成啊。
It's a really exciting day for us here at SpaceX, and it's already been a busy day for the Inspiration 4 crew. And right now, we are currently awaiting walkout of the Inspiration 4 crew from our Hangar X location at Cape Canaveral.
我要欢迎他们走出来嘛，这和正规载人流程不一样。
A pretty busy day. They woke up about 3 hours ago and performed some medical checks. And then they finished up their meal and
按流程来说的话，那么之前是最后一次医疗检查，并且吃完了最后一餐。好，出来了。
This is amazing.
居然是从机舱走出来的，哇！
There they are, our first all.
你看到里面其实还有在检修的，不是在机舱里等待的一个待分配的猎鹰9号，应该是侧机吧？
Right now they're
另一
walking
重型的
down
侧
this
体和另外一个
pathway,
是
waving hi
另外一个
to
不知道什么
family and friends, some SpaceX
指
employees
责
in
四
the
名
crowd
主
as
角
well.
Yes. This must be such an exciting and emotional time for them.
And the crew that you see there on your left-hand side, that was Chris
哎，那你
Sembroski.
看过
He's the
看过这
mission
4个人的档案了
specialist.
吗？
To his right is Dr. Sian Proctor,
没有
the pilot for this
没
mission.
顾得上呢。
And to her,
我现在
to the right
看
of that
我也来得
is,
及。
Jared Isaacman, the mission commander. And
那
Jared is
从左
blocking
边到
Hayley
右边的
in the
话是
background there.
Chris 好吧
That is the
和
medical
Sian
officer,
和
Hayley Arceneaux.
Hayley Arceneaux 和一个这次的船长是
What a sight to see.
Jared
They look so
Yes.
excited.
Jared。
And this is just the beginning of the day for them.
那么他们接下来流程还蛮长的，他们应该接下来是要乘坐特斯拉，然后前往应该是阿姆斯特朗综合楼吧，去进行着装。着装过程也是有大概40多分钟吧。
这和上次那个发射是一样的吧？
稍微不一样点吧。上次我们是从那个，上次是他们宇航员应该是在阿姆斯特朗综合楼里面开始的，他们在那里应该是进行最后的一顿饭和听简报，然后开始着装。他们这次要做一个额外的转移吧，他们刚从机舱出来的嘛。我想他们应该是在同一幢楼里面去进行着装，我猜啊。
对啊，我感觉应该那些应该差不多吧。
既然也是发射前4个多小时开始的话，那么流程我觉得应该是差不多的。我之前看的资料还有一些是，包括宇航员进舱这里的时间点和之前都是比较类似的。那接下来流程呢，要是着装、做检查，然后出阿姆斯特朗楼，然后转移去发射场。然后进舱、捆绑、闭舱，然后各种各样，然后加注等等。
我找了下那个资料，没看到，只有上次在人看到这个。
是吧？你可以看一下，就是我写的简介。
写的简介在哪里？
要么在 B 站上看，要么就在我的直播页面下面。
直播页面下面 ，OK。
These are not just any Teslas. These are the Teslas that we have used if you followed our crew missions.
Okay.
These are specially designed Teslas made to accommodate our SpaceX spacesuits. So they will utilize these even after they make it to the Falcon Support Building to drive to the launch pad.
他们说这2辆特斯拉是模改过的，估计是座位是改过的。
Now on their way to the
座
Falcon
位是改过
Support
的，
Building.
估计是吧？可能就叫我，他们说是为了他们跟他们太空服是匹配的嘛。我猜测的话，可能是把座位稍微改宽一点，或者就是说，就是增加那个电源、通讯和空调的管道，可能是。反正本来是电动车嘛，所以改动起来应该是比较方便的。座位看上去没什么太大区别，估计就是增加了一个可能就是连接口的。
This is amazing. This is such an amazing view. It almost feels like we get to ride with them in the car.
好休闲。
I love it.
我估计这次空塔的直播会比 NASA 的直播要好看很多。一个，首先我们看这个视频的清晰度就是1080，对，应该是最高1080，最高是4K， 我就不选4K 了，我也吃不了。NASA 的直播最高只有720P， 这里最高可以选4K。那么他们开始介绍船员了，那你反正也没看介绍对吧？我跟你顺便说一下，你这次是船长嘛，也是一个年轻的亿万富翁啊。他是16岁的时候创了一个公司叫 Shift for Payment， 当然以前的名字不一样，反正后来更名成这个。但现在市值我刚查一下是64亿左右，今天的市值。反正很年轻就有亿万富翁了。这次他也把任务主旨之一是为那个 St Jude 那家儿童医疗机构做募捐嘛，反正是要争取募捐2亿嘛，2亿美元，他自己捐了1亿。刚才主播好像说过，现在的募集现在是到了300亿，大概不是3000亿吗？就是对3000亿，不是3000万美元。听到我回。刚听到我回应，所以他们应该是完成了30%左右的募捐目标，其实可以支持一下，这个还是蛮有意思。因为他本人可能也是说，因为算是一个
my interest in like
要不
aviation
看一下，先看个 GP， 待会再聊
since
吧。
I was a kid. I mean, you know, the first like computer I built, I was playing like Falcon 2.0, and then upgraded to play Falcon 3.0. I went to like Aviation Challenge, which is part of Space Camp as a kid.
再说这游戏方面的经历啊，
observer.
他应该是高中之后就辍学了，
the outside
没有去大学，
like a lot of people.
也是个比较天才型的人，
to kind of see what the
很快就
inside
创业了。
began in October of 2020 when the idea of Inspiration 4 started
今
to
年
come
才
about.
38岁。
对啊，
A big part of what we're trying to achieve
哇，
with
非常过分。
我有时候想想，
an inspiring message
没有办法喽，天才就是这样呀。
what is certainly possible up there in space.
他在创业初期几年之后嘛，他不是工作有点精力损耗殆尽嘛，开始找实习兴趣爱好。他找的兴趣爱好就是开飞机。他应该是一个很有冒险主义精神。他开飞机开上之后就马上就开上瘾了，就是越开越厉害。开始开个单桨的螺旋飞机，后来双桨或者更快的飞机，大型飞机啊，推用军机，还开现役运机。他2009年的时候刷新了那个个人乘坐小喷气式飞机刷新全球一周的最快纪录，从82个小时刷到61个小时51分15秒，是很屌的一个人。可是他其实是几乎就有一个空军相同的那个背景资质啊。他还做过，他参加了一个特技飞行团，经常参加做那个特技飞行表演。后来自己又合资成立了一个为美国空军专门提供飞行员训练服务的私人公司。他的飞行背景非常深厚的。
Hayley Arceneaux of Memphis, Tennessee
那
is
他
the
是做
medical
什么
officer
生意
of the
起家的？
Inspiration 4.
说那他是一件互联网支付服务，包括也是后来为公司提供各家公司做网络支付方案的。这个呢是首位被选中的船员 Hayley Aceneax， 他的故事非常好，非常励志啊。他现在呢就是在这募捐这家公司当中的一个助理护理员吧。他很不容易的，小时候10岁的时候被检查出有左膝盖以上部位有一个骨癌。骨癌哦，然后就是在这家医院接受了治疗，还蛮长时间的一个治疗，12轮的化疗，头发掉光，然后最后呢是取掉了膝盖和大腿的骨骼，然后换成了那个人工代替品，就最终痊愈了，然后又回到这家医院做这里的助理医师、助理护理师，所以很励志啊，非常励志。哇！你看这个我也不知道，他在被确诊为有那个骨癌之前，还刚好拿到了黑带的柔道段位，我操，这么屌！
对呀，黑带不这么容易拿呀。他如果说确诊的话呢，他就10岁不是确诊得了骨癌，那么说10岁前他已经拿到黑带了，对吧？
对啊，是黑带吗？还是其他带？肯定听说带过段位了，但他之前确实是一个非常活泼，也是。
这些人都特别幸运，我这么认为。
对，
人也特别。
他这个任务是有主题的吧？他任务叫 Inspiration 4嘛，它有4个激励人的理念嘛。这个黑粒象征的就是一个希望嘛，因为他确实过了一个非常有点绝望意义的童年，但是后面总有好事在发生嘛，所以这种寓意在里面。刚才背景播报应该是发射前4小时的简报正在开始。
She said, I can't wait to be an astronaut. Like, there was no if in there. She just couldn't wait for it to happen. I think that's what hope is. I am Hayley Arceneaux, medical officer.
他刚才在讲他的一个病患在说，他也想成为宇航员。你像做他的病患确实很不容易啊，就觉得很有激励性啊。他自己是一个癌症的生患者，而且呢可以成为一个宇航员。在那边的小孩子作为他的患者，肯定会很受鼓舞。
那是肯定的。
所以他故事非常好，因为他是第一个被选中的。接下来2个作文呢，一个是抽奖募捐的时候抽奖出的，就是现在这个。 他还不是自己抽中奖，你知道吗？他还是他朋友抽中奖之后把这个票给他的。今年42岁，
这不是，
不过他是
比较年轻
，42岁也算比较年轻吧。
刚才也说了，我看到了，他也在美国空军服役嘛，过役。
他吗？
他有相关的背景。
对，他以前是空军服役过的，而且不仅是他现在是在那个马丁洛星，就是一家航天制造公司的当数据工程师，所以他算业界之内的人。
对，而且这些人我觉得智商都
是很厉害的，所以他朋友把机会给他让给他了，因为他可能更相关一点。
你现在就看到这3个，没看到那个最大年龄的那个50多岁那个是黑人吗？
对，
那个是经过层层选拔，曾经也差一脚，最后一步成为一个进入太空的一个女的呀，所以说也是圆了她的梦嘛。
对，待会儿会介绍那个。我的刚今天早宴的时候在看纪录片。
我看到了。
我在看纪录片，他刚刚是那个，他被通知，就是他们特意把他那个接到那个他被选中的视频通话视频给录下来了，他当时就直接待在那待了1分钟。不过他脑子里肯定也蛮复杂，他其实没有指望被抽中了。然后他被抽中的时候，首先还得考虑一下因为他有老婆孩子嘛。还考虑一下
啊。
其实也不要忘记，像这种太空旅行，虽然说尽了各种努力保证安全，但总来说还是要比一般的乘坐飞机要高一点。
对呀，我觉着冒险是一定是冒险，风险也是挺大的。
他的定位
他们这些勇于冒险的这些人啊，
他是那个任务专家，他的职位是，然后他定位的理念是慷慨，因为他是募捐的嘛。然后这个就是你关心那个黑人女性51个，她是被网络平台选中的，网络公开竞选的，就是当时有的。我当时其实比较支持那个 NASA 前工程师 Rob Rover， 但是但确实他的背景会更好一点。他那是一个社区大学的一个地理教授啊。反正是一个教育者吧，也经常致力于太空还有这个天文的相关的一个教育活动。重要的是，他2009年的时候，NASA 公开募集教育界的一个宇航员资格的时候，他当时竞选之一，而且他一直是留到最后一轮，但最后一轮被刷掉了，非常可惜啊。但他确实也是经过层层选拔和相关的训练和学习的，所以他其实应该是非常接近一个航天员背景资历的一个人，就差一步了。他当时对他们来说，就对他来说的话，其实他现在已经51岁了嘛，51岁就圆了他以前的梦。
For the prosperity seeds, that I was going to go to space with him and be part of the Inspiration 4. It really was like getting the golden ticket for Willy Wonka.
他应该是就说算是，
finally came into focus, and I realized
其实他的背景资格应该是最硬的一个人，可能。
I won the prosperity seat for Inspiration 4, and I did that not as a geoscientist or an explorer or an analog astronaut.
这个流程是，他们是要听取简报并进行着装等一系列流程。
是。他们现在应该在听简报。今天天气好像还不错的样子，估计有看头有戏。
他们现在是不是已经穿好服装了？
没有，他们才刚去穿的。你刚刚不是看到镜头他们还在坐车吗？着装有的好着。
这是以前拍的，用的是已经备播的那种袋子，对吧？
那肯定是的，那肯定是的。
还是那么一套流程，还得检查一点一点的，一点都不能错过。哎呀，但是还是很兴奋呀。
对，这次是整个任务是 Netflix 的流程，就是全程跟拍的，应该是已经放出了4集了。
现在车还在路上行驶着吧，没到呢，发射接近。 对吧？没到那儿，
没到着装地呢，
在路上
啊，
对，还没到着装地呢，对啊。
那简报可能在车上听吗？
现在是怎么？今天给他转，这是什么 Netflix 吗
？Netflix 就网飞，他们有全程的纪录片跟拍，他们已经放出了大概4期还是要几集吧？我刚看了2集啊，看了1集多一点，很有意思。然后他应该是30号会放出就是整个发科的过程的纪录片那一期，他说就全被放。
那就是这次就是全权由他们来拍这个纪录片了，
应该是被委托的吧？不知道是怎样的一个合作关系。
对呀，哎呀，不过网飞这个公司，哎，我觉得也是，将来，将来真的是，
这是新内装楼呀，这新内装楼。
那不就这是3辆车吗？
不是，他们以前是在阿姆斯特朗综合楼去做那个着装的，那幢楼可能是 NASA 的嘛？这幢楼不是。
哎，他开的这车是那个什么吗？他这车是那个。Model 对呀，因为我看到他车门嘛，
对，OE 门。我说重点是现在这个楼是新的楼，他们都在介绍这个楼，他们可能说以后会更多的用这幢楼，他们是应该是所有权是归 SpaceX 的。
哦。
他们是叫做 Falcon Support Building 猎鹰支援楼吗？我确实，因为这次 NASA 应该说是跟这次任务不相干的嘛，所以他们也没有道理去用 NASA 的一个设施。
哦，对，是说起来是，它这好像有点像民用发射。你像那个 NASA 是毕竟是一个政府的吧，所以说上这儿来，
经验和流程估计是可以照搬很多东西，但是NASA 这次就是完全不插手了，对吧？对，有道理。
对吧？是。
Yeah, and the really cool part about this is the process is
我觉得伊隆马斯克，我现在越看越觉得这简直是狂人呀，仅仅是一个天才，他真的是狂人，了不起，太了不起了。他的这些想法，你想现在逐渐的全都实现了，也就在美国能让他的这个梦想怎么实现，而且他早的就成了一个亿万富翁吧。所以我觉得这个人，哎，我有时候就感觉人家这脑子是怎么生的？
也有他的使命造英雄。确实也是有的。其实 Jared 也是他自己对自己的就是那个这次船长对自己的概括纪录片里面就说，他其实就是一个运气非常好的嘛，在正确的时间点做正确的事情，并且就说所有的事情都是恰好就是说是很顺利的发生的嘛，所以他才能够这么顺利的成为亿万富翁。
对呀，就这个东西现在我就觉得无法解释的时候，我就觉得就是交给上帝，就是上帝主催的。
反正他的意思就是
说，但是你说一个人
他的意思就是说，有些
一个人的智商高，这是人能决定的吗？你想想，是不是？我现在觉得，我觉得这个东西就这么，
智商只是因素之一了。
啊，不是这些人，你觉得首先不是智商高，
算是因素之一吧。行动力啊，我觉得我比较佩服他们的行动力。其实，
你觉得？我怎么感觉？
应该是成功，
也可能是我
成功有很多要素的。
那当然是，
我也很佩服你的行动力，所以我这个人比较缺行动力，所以我比较佩服他们。
我没有，好吧，我觉得我的行动力真的就达不到我自己想的那个样子，我真的是这样。但是我现在感觉人的智商真的差别很大。我有时候想想好多东西，举个最简单的例子，有时候比如说只是做一道题，你可能看了一道题的，你已经有3步在想怎么样。我觉得我很多事儿上，我最多只是在想了1步，真的确实想不到第2步、第3步，觉得智商是一个硬伤。
想多了。看一下流程了。我们发射前4小时05分的时候驶进那个着装室，那么是3小时20分钟前是完成着装，然后是发射前3小时出着装楼，那么是发射前2小时55分，那么开始向那个发射场的转移。那么接下来呢会是到达39A 发射台之后呢，乘坐电梯，那么到达顶层，并且是跨过最后半层楼的楼梯。那么就会在那个所谓的剑桥前会做最后一次和照传统和家人做最后一次通话，然后继续呢走过所谓的剑桥，就那横壁嘛。 横过来那个通壁，到达最剑桥顶端的所谓的接近室，开始最后就是确认一下，做一些最终相确认，然后就开始进舱。进舱之后呢，被绑在座位上，结束之后呢，是发射前1小时50分钟进行舱门关闭，然后呢是发射前40分钟，那么是剑桥撤离，那么之后呢就逃不了了，然后开始发射前35分钟开始燃料加注。然后发射前5分钟，本飞船进入自主电源。然后发射前1分钟 ，Startup Mode 发射0分的，那么0秒的时候呢，就是起飞，点火和起飞。
到了那时候晚上他们还会有吃到什么或者怎么样，都一顿饭的时间了。
所以说是他们刚才那个从机舱走出来之前吃的最后一顿饭嘛，不应该说最后一顿饭，就发射前的最后一顿饭嘛。因为之后他们4个多小时，或者如果说发射终止的话，他们说不定7、8个小时都吃不到东西。
对啊，是啊，
所以说必须要最后一次补充嘛。
但是对太空的探索，我现在已经觉得，我觉得人类真的不简单。将来就是说，比如说去太空旅行啊，说什么，一定会实现的，而且只是个时间问题。
还有钱的问题。
当然是对，是钱的问题，还有时间问题。就是研究到那时候就民用，大家都可以买张票，或者提前几年预定张票，或怎么样。但是我是觉得它是能实现。
我倒蛮向往的，我觉得有机会我可能会，我现在越觉得想去，可能也是我以前觉得我不会去，但我的想法也在逐渐被改变，我感觉。
那当然，你都是在改变的。我现在觉得，行万里路还是很重要。将来这种行万里路，就是说到太空上看看，也是属于这行万里路里边的一个方面。
何止万里路呀！他们这是要行多少时间？他们要在上面漂3天，对吧？每90多分钟是飞一圈，你可以算一下他们要飞多少路。每一圈的话都是2万多公里。
所以说这是一个太好的体验了。哎呀，人真的，你有没有想着，有时候人活着一辈子，随着时间越来越流逝，你去回想一下，就觉得好多时候就真的人应该把自己的就是想干了好多事儿或什么杂七麻八的事儿都把它砍掉，最后呢你就是缩小到你可能特别比较想干的一些事儿，所以呢你逐渐这样就会把生活中的烦恼也会就去掉了。你因为就是关注在你的那个重要的想做的那个事儿，觉得可能就挺开心的，真的挺开心。所以我现在对我说生活中有些个所谓的什么那一些个小烦恼，基本上就在1分钟之内是可能就会把它就过去，真的对，真的是这样。所以我今天早上我那个跟我一个学 TSW 给我打电话，连接我也没接，因为不想听他那些家长里短乱七八糟，真的我不爱听，所以我连电话我也不接。我到了下午2点了吧，我就回个短信，只是说2句，找个理由而已了。所以我现在真的，我从这上面我就慢慢感觉，因为什么呀？就像昨天我跟你讲我就觉得你特别年轻。那我现在这个年纪，我觉得我和你差了20岁。哎呀，我觉得这20年，如果我好好做点什么，我能做。
回过来开发射了，扯远了，
真的是扯远了。
我这会也没什么特别重要的事情，就是 Kate 再介绍一下，就是按照流程介绍一下火箭嘛。这个我们每次看火箭发射的话，应该都是非常熟悉的。
对。不停的在介绍这个火箭，还有他们的准备情况，还有大概都有什么，就是介绍这些流程。
不过可以反提一下嘛，就是说这次的1级是，这次1级使用的是比1062.3，之前是飞过2次 GPS3任务。但这是
等等，你说它。你说的他用的这个健身吗？
对，就下面的2/3左右吧。
2/3你说的就是以前回收用过的，但会回收回来的吗？
对，是的。这是首次用第3次飞行的1级来进行载人任务，之前最多的呢是在 Crew 2的时候呢是用过一次，第2次使用的1级做载人飞行。
那这个我觉得是这样，每次我记着上次说过，就是他回收回来的这个也是有使用年限的或者次数的，对吧？就是说可能能使用几次来着？忘记了，我忘记
了。原来目标是使用10次左右吧，现在已经有过2个飞过10次的意见，他们现在又说是反正大不了多修一修，然后争取用到坏掉为止，说不定能用到100次，但我就不知道他们能不能用到100次。
哇天，100次可是有点高了，我觉得10次，10
次也很屌了，10次你放在2年前的时候，没有多少人会信的。
我以前想象的记着，我就记着好像用2、3次的样子，我都已经觉得那已经那个什么，现在是14次。就说它这个本身的东西，就是说它本身这个材料的因素，对吧？这就牵涉什么材料是
要用的地方就换，该修的地方修嘛。对，这次是一个亮点，看到这个了吗？这个玻璃顶，
对，它是叫穹顶嘛，是吧？
大玻璃穹顶。观景窗嘛也算是
看到外面的风景。
对，
哎，我有个问题，就像它这个玻璃哈，我们也知道这个玻璃，它肯定是特制的玻璃，我想是吧？
那肯定。其实也就是钢化玻璃加一些那个防辐射的镀膜吧，估计也没什么太多的内容。玻璃现在工艺非常牛逼的，就现在玻璃真的非常牛。
所以我有时候想象，你看在这个玻璃，你想在或者是耐高温。低温，然后又不太脆，还得不能太，对吧？
它那不用耐高温，它外面还会有盖住，它不会直接暴露在那个大气层进出的时候。
啊，是这样，那所以我就想象中，我觉得这些东西都属于那种研究材料的人去做的研究，对不对？对呀，你还得做实验，在压力下会碎呀，或者怎么样。
玻璃本身现在已经发展的非常牛逼了，玻璃现在是非常牛逼的工艺材料。
哎，真的有时候就说，这样有可能是玻璃裂缝，哎，像飞机的那个窗户上偶尔的那个裂缝啊，那都属于挺大的事儿。
有裂缝也没什么太大关系，刚有裂缝之后，玻璃还有荣誉。然后要说一下，就刚才是也是非常重要的一点，就是它这次的飞行呢是会在575公里的高度上飞行3天。575公里要比国际空间站要高，比哈勃望远镜也要高。国际空间站大概就在400多公里的一个高度上，那么哈勃刚才说的是570公里高度，
比那个还要高。
对，它本来是按照纪录片里面说法，空船本来是想说就飞国际空间站的高度，但是这次船长 Jared 提出说我们能不能再多往前推。他意思是反正我们以后是要这样一直要前往火星跑，那人类就要不断向前迈进，整个过程中都是要去冒险的。虽然说你感觉从400到575公里不是特别多的一个大的变化，它用的燃料其实也不是特别多，但是这总归是一件，所以这是一小步里面多多少少是有些未知的因素和其中的风险在的。所以我说这个 Jared 也是一个很有魄力的一个冒险家，也是确实是这么回事。
那当然。
他不光是做一个首次平民商业飞行，他们还做一些之前大家都没做过的事情。这应该也是历史上高度最高的一次载人任务。
想想，我觉得这件事真的是简直不可想象，真的挺冒险。
那过程是这个任务是很有意思的，我越读相关的东西，就觉得这个确实有很多非常有意思的东西。我觉得这个纪录片肯定是非常值得一看。还是空舱那边的控制室，他们现在还是比较闲的。
对呀，恐怕得到2-3个小时的样子。
他们现在没什么事情做嘛，他们现在就是各个岗位留一个人，就是等于是转接一下有没有什么状况要汇报的。
现在有人在问是否阿波罗应该是最高的，飞得更高，最高。
好吧，错了，对，阿波罗是，我错了，对，阿波罗当然直接去月球了嘛，就更屌了。
哎，等等，我有个问题，
他们是怎么说的？我忘记了。
火星和不是月球和火星哪个离我们地球更近？火星吧。
火星和月球吧，真假的？
对啊，火星和月球
相比较，
我们离着火星更近，还是
当然是月球更近了。
月球更近哈，那我就一直觉着有个问题，我最近不知道在看什么了，有人在说 一直要提到叫火星移民啊，那当然是未来。我只是说，
火星
现在的
还没有成功，是因为它难度更高嘛？
对呀，那如果难度更高，为什么不能把人移到月球上呢？
人已经登月过了，对吧？
人已经都什么了？
早就登月过了，69年的时候就登月过了。
哦，对呀，登月是登月，不是有些科学家或者是一些疯子在想，就是这个人类以后在地球上可以移民到什么？
稍等一下，囧叔的信息量都是非常有用的。
证明你这英文太好了，我听不了，听不懂。
你应该听一听啊，这个
我听得很累啊。
不是很难听懂。
真的吗？好吧，试试吧。
你应该听听。
我就是学英语学不好。
你学得很努力，应该是没问题。
我没有，我学的不够努力，很不努力。我只是这么跟你讲。
只要背了单词都是可以的，其实剩下的都是好对付。
We performed engine checkouts between T-8 hours and T-5 hours. You see Falcon 9 there with the crew access arm up around Dragon.
现在反分是主要是天气的简报嘛，天气好像是 OK 的样子。也等一下，刚是又有新嘉宾进来了。
Now our next major activity is going to come about as we reach the T-2 hour mark.
可能会有一些积云和雷云的风险，但是现在我们对天气趋势看上去不错，放行状态，而且是10%的违规率，这和之前的预报是一样的。
On top of the Falcon 9, just in front of the crew access arm, you see there is the Dragon spacecraft. It's a quiet time for the Dragon capsule and the mission team, but it is starting to pick up. Now, the launch pad is currently cleared of all personnel, except we did clear in about 20 minutes ago the advance team to head on up to the White Room, and they'll be supporting the arrival and ingress of the crew, getting the capsule ready, making sure the cabin speaker is set up, things like that. So they were cleared. They're headed up. We're waiting to hear that they are now in the tower and making their way to the White Room. We ought to hopefully get a view here shortly.
他说那个发射塔的那个支援人员现在是进塔，并且在做一些准备工作。
As a reminder, today's launch of Dragon does not go to the International Space Station.
真的明白了。
So that means we're going to get a launch window that is just over 5 hours
今天天气不错。
instead of the usual 1 second window we have for
ISS. 我持续关注这几天天气预报，它之前的放行率从70%到80%到今天的90%，是逐渐在变好了。但是它备用窗口就明天的放行率其实倒是降了一点，现在降到60%，之前有70%。这是很不一样的一点，因为他们说白了，其实他没有什么特别明确的目标轨道，对吧？他们只要上去飘就行。反正在高度上也没什么太多跟其他轨道冲突的地方，所以他们可以比较相对自由的选择发射时间啊。所以他们这整个发射窗口有长达5个小时。但这意味着最糟糕的情况，我们想象的就是我等5个小时不发射。
Thank you, John. Now you've been a rocket engineer pretty much your entire life.
但我觉得今天这个天气应该不至于。
30 years with the Air Force. So you're pretty familiar with the launch countdown. For the viewers that may be watching for the very first time, can you explain a little bit about what the purpose of the countdown is?
I used the word synchronization a minute ago, Jesse.
The countdown is a framework
that the launch team uses to make sure that all the final checks are being made in the right order to ensure a safe flight.
其实做他们这个主播也挺难的，因为这么长的时间，他总得找点各种东西来填这个时间吧。在讲啊，所以不容易。
他们有知识，而且还有这么多人在讲，估计之前也是有过一些安排。
这主播只有做过的之后才知道有多不容易了。
你这是在开着没有戴耳机吗？
是的，没有戴耳机。再过一会儿，我要现在我听到你在那里吃东西，我要给我自己稍微准备一下。
And that all happens like literally right before liftoff, right? I guess that gives us the best security that we know.
我刚才在这个抛了一个问题啊，反正也是唠嗑嘛，说这个倒计时的意义啊，倒计时的话，他们就说是辅助各种准备工作按照有序的进行的一个非常的。这是一个时钟的作用嘛，我觉得。There's
some things that take hours to do, like pressurizing the rocket. But on other things, you will hear, for example, in the last 4 minutes or so of the countdown, we will move the upper stage engine nozzle a little bit with the guidance system. So we're doing that just as close to launch as we can to make sure that the hydraulic system is really ready to go and fly.
那刚才举了个例子，是几分钟前他们会稍微动一下引擎的方向，动一下引擎来确保就是说控制引擎矢量方向的液压系统是正常工作的。这反正就是按照流程去做各种系列的检查动作。
Yeah, I think Dragon and Falcon are largely autonomous vehicle, and one of the things that we hear as we get under the 1 minute mark is Falcon 9 flight computers have taken over. What does that exactly mean, John?
There's two different call-outs that you'll hear. Dragon has a set of flight computers.
他们在继续讲呢。
他们在随便聊天，两个后辈在问向前辈假惺惺的提问题，虽然说我觉得他们应该都是懂的。
Most of the things that are going to be done are run by the computers on Dragon or the Falcon 9. But we also have ground computers that will do things like you'll see the water come up around the rocket, so that'll be commanded by ground computers. But startup is essentially we're doing that last 60 seconds. We're pressurizing the tanks for flight. We're doing last-minute valve checks, and then we're going to send the ignition sequence command to the engines and spin them up.
喜欢航天的人，你知道意味着什么吗？我说比较喜欢航天的，就这个样的人，意味着这样的人一般的都，我觉得是具有一定的冒险和探索精神的人。
追求刺激的人吧。
对对对，通俗的对，也是比较爱追求刺激的人，确实是这样，因为这些东西都是未知啊。
What's super cool is that they're going through the same Dragon training as our NASA astronauts.
生活中除了柴米油盐的烦恼之外，总应该有些诗和远方的东西。这就算是那种东西。对吧？一天到晚就柴米油盐的，确实没有什么意思。
当然是这样，所以诗和远方就看你怎么理解了。对呀，你总得有点别的精神需求吧。
是，
有点不一样的东西，对不对？就是。
我吃东西的声音不会特别响吧？还真蛮响的。
Yeah, they're very fun and exciting weekend where they're just ripping up the skies, doing barrel rolls in their jets.
哦，这个超爽的，就是这个也是他们比较早期的一个训练项目之一了。哎，就是 Jared， 他就是这个船长，他自己飞行经验非常丰富嘛，所以说带着他们各种飞战斗机，体验各种就是高级力。那么这个是零级的体验，就是零重力的体验。也是做过几次，这个人妖机是一个专门做这个的公司啊，反正就是一个大客机，飞上去掉下来，飞上去掉下来，给你体会几分钟的那个失重状态啊。对，这个是他们的一个早期的一个，也是互相认识、熟悉的一个活动吧，就登山活动。应该是花了1天时间登到一个比较高山，并且在山顶过了3天，算是一个就算是班力活动，就算是增进友谊的一个活动。啊，这个是之前他们在那个要使用的一级上签名的一个传统嘛，用手指在炭灰上面划出他们名字，也是因为刚才那张照片啊，所以事先流出了这张照片之后，被人们猜出他们用的一级是 B1061，所以网友多可怕，你知道吗？就刚才那张照片嘛，他们就靠那个炭灰的这个纹路的样子啊，他们去对比过这个火箭，硬生生找出这次一级是那个 B1062，超屌的。所以我很早就知道一级是 B1062，就是通过那一张照片和网友的那个就是细节考据到。
对，你知道吗？确实是他们这些人真的很厉害。前段时间我还看到他们就说了，你个人私人一张照片 post 出来，你就让如果有些眼尖的人，他就能发现好多里边蕴藏的东西，真的是这样。
就看有心人嘛。
I just completed another week at SpaceX.
这是他们的 vlog，
a lot of good building blocks.
vlog，OK，
他们当时记录，就是你看上面的日期嘛。
To okay, some circumstances
看到
are not so good, and then some get really bad, where you have to, plan an emergency deorbit, which we initiate ourselves. And that,
but man, challenging. I didn't realize.
看来他们经常还在一起，就是在网上见面或聊。
什么见面？他们从10个月前，那就不最晚的应该就是8个月前加入的嘛，之后就一直在训练了。
一直在训练
他们已经是超级亲密了，应该是。
Helping to advance.
这是最年轻的这个女的。
Contributed all sorts of fluids now
to 6月份
the greater scientific cause.
But the best part is we all got in our spacesuits together.
We got to wear spacesuits, strap in,
想想人家的38岁
，feel like we were actually going to space.
好，我要去接个电话。
51岁的看也很年轻，好吧？
你先看着，我要去接个电话。
2021.
好的。
44 days from our launch in September. Everything keeps going to plan, and it's been an incredible week last week, working with SpaceX teams down at Kennedy Space Center, and then back here in Hawthorne this week for some sims.
This spacesuit that I got fitted for about 7 months ago, I actually get to see and try on and do a bunch of maneuvers in to make sure that it's comfortable and then I can move. And I am just so excited for this because, I mean, this is the spacesuit I'm going to wear leaving the planet.
I'm just so honored and thankful and grateful to be a part of this historic mission and a part of the SpaceX team.
Y'all are working so hard to get to Mars and beyond. We want to provide great data, and we're really excited to be part of this.
All right, well, thanks everybody for a fantastic time here in Hawthorne, and also down at Kennedy. We've been doing training down there as well, so really appreciate everything you guys been doing.
This is my final call here from SpaceX, so Brooke signing off.
So cool seeing those personal vlogs. Now, as part of their extensive training over the last 6 months, the crew also got extensive amount of training on a bunch of science. Specifically, the crew learned how to conduct a wide variety of science experiments on themselves and each other, all of which help inform both of which help inform how humans best live in space. These experiments were designed by the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, also known as TRISH. Joining us now from Cape Canaveral is Jimmy Wu, a senior biomedical engineer with TRISH. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, Kate.
Thanks so much for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit about what a senior biomedical engineer does?
Yeah, sure. My role really is to look at the cutting edge of research and technology that keeps humans healthy on Earth, and then work with those researchers and those engineers to see how we could apply it into space, how we could implement it so that we can keep humans healthy in space. And then really the ultimate benefit is to be able to return those improvements back to Earth so that it can help humanity.
Sounds like a pretty important job. In layman's terms, what is TRISH and why is it important to us?
Yeah, so TRISH has a partnership with NASA's Human Research Program. And so I kind of want to use an analogy of what SpaceX was to NASA when SpaceX came on board, about a decade ago. And NASA asked SpaceX, hey, can you make rocket launches cheaper and more accessible to everyone? And so TRISH kind of has that same relation with NASA, where the Human Research Program has asked us to say, can you make biomedical research and medical health can you look at that and make that more accessible to everyone? Can you look at other ways that we could do research to help be more innovative, to be more entrepreneurial, to bring in new ideas, new industries to help contribute to keep humans healthy in space?
Awesome. Now, in terms of the Inspiration 4 mission, can you tell us a little bit about what's unique about this particular research effort?
Yeah, I think what's really unique is it's really intended for the ordinary individual, right? And so when you talk about NASA research, their population is the professional astronauts. Well, the Inspiration 4 crew is average, ordinary individuals like you and I. And so we have to modify and adapt the science so that it's easier for them to implement. And you saw earlier with the earlier clip, they're doing experiments on themselves. They're doing experiments with each other. And so they're not trained on how to do that. And so what ends up happening is what we're learning is not just the data that's being collected about them and how their body changes in spaceflight, but it's also how do we collect that data. And if we can make the means of collection a lot easier for ordinary individuals like the Inspiration 4 crew, it means we can also do that for the average person here on the planet Earth.
That's a really interesting point. Can you go into a little bit more detail on what you mean by making that available to everyone here on Earth?
Yeah, okay, sure, I'd love to. So, the experiments are involving, ultrasound, blood draw, collecting vital health monitoring information, sensory motor data, and some psychological performance data. So normally, if you do that on Earth, you usually go to the doctor's office, you go in a laboratory, and there is a trained person who does that. And so that means that you have to go to a place that has a limited access. So you have to make an appointment and things like that. And so what we've done with the technology, as you will see with the Inspiration 4 crew, is they can take care of themselves. They can collect the data themselves. And you're already sort of seeing that with, for example, the health monitoring, right? They've got the Apple Watch devices that allow them to see that today with our consumer market, where we're kind of in charge of our own health. It basically gives the individual and empowers the individual to take care of themselves. And I think ultimately that's what it comes back to is what we're doing here at Trish is it's not just healthcare for people in space, but it's also healthcare for all of us on Earth. And I think to me, that's really the message I want to share with everyone.
Awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. I think we have some demonstrations later on in the webcast with some of those collection items that you mentioned. Now, of everything that we've spoken about so far, which of these research projects that are going up are you most excited about?
Oh, that's not really a fair question. These are really all our babies, right? I mean, how do you pick your favorite child? So, I think to answer your question, it would probably be the butterfly ultrasound project. Probably because, prior to joining Trish, I worked at NASA Johnson Space Center supporting the medical devices that the astronauts use to stay healthy. And I've seen the iteration of ultrasound over the years. And so I'm really excited about this device because it's smaller, it's lighter, it's easy to use. It is fantastic. And just to see the evolution of ultrasound in spaceflight and being part of that, that's what I'm excited about. I'm most proud of. And I'm excited to see where we can go with this crew and then going into the future as well for human spaceflight.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Jimmy Wu, Senior Biomedical Engineer at Trish. Thank you so much for joining us today. At this point, we are 3 hours and 21 minutes away from launching these experiments with the Inspiration 4 crew. Let's head back over to the desk and check in with Andy.
Jimmy, Kate, thank you so much. In addition to all of the awesome science going up on today's mission, the Inspiration 4 team is also using this mission to bring awareness and help fundraise for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. In 1962, the same year an American orbited the Earth for the first time, St. Jude Children's Hospital opened up in Memphis, Tennessee, committed to finding cures for kids with cancer and other life-threatening diseases, regardless of their race, ethnicity, beliefs, or family's ability to pay. Treatments invented at St. Jude's help push the overall childhood cancer survival rate from 20% to more than 80% in the United States. However, in many developing countries, fewer than 1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer will survive. St. Jude has a bold mission to change that.
Some days it feels like it's never gonna stop.
It's kind of a mental war. Sometimes you just feel like it's not going to get any better.
Lo primero que le pregunté a mi papá fue, papi, yo me voy a morir.
When you go through suffering, you learn a lot about yourself. Good stuff comes out of every bad situation.
Dark circles all around my eyes. I was just out of it.
In one moment, those 3 words, you have cancer, and my whole life changed.
without cancer, who am I?
I feel like I could do anything. I could go to college, be a nurse, be a doctor, anything.
I'm a straight A student, focusing on getting my bachelor's degree in journalism. I'm just doing one step at a time.
I would like to go in the filming industry. It's kind of always been something awesome to me, but it's gonna take some work.
While I was going through chemo, I learned how to read greens. I chipped and putted, I worked on sand shots, stuff that I would need to know. The best score I've had is an 86, but I really want to get down to 85 or less. I've been working at it, and I think that that's achievable now.
I'm not the same person I was when I first went into this. I'm a better human being and individual because I went through St. Jude. It wasn't like a hospital, it was like a fun-loving community, a family.
You and I have vowed that we will do everything in our power to bring about the defeat of these catastrophic diseases. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, world-renowned. I need your help. Advancements in pediatric science. I can't do it alone. And clinical care. Please help me. We're going to treat children of every creed, nationality, and color. And by the grace of God, it shall be done.
The Inspiration 4 mission is part of an ambitious fundraising goal to give hope to all kids with cancer and other life-threatening diseases. The goal is to raise $200 million for St. Jude. Jared committed $100 million of his own money, and the team raised almost $30 million so far, but we still got a ways to go. If you're watching on the SpaceX YouTube channel, you'll notice that there's a donation button where you can make your own contribution. Any amount, big or small, makes a big difference. So it's super easy to do, and you've got plenty of time before liftoff. So click the donate button and give what you can to help save a child's life.
And this is super exciting. We haven't seen the crew for a little bit, but they have been busy. This is Dr. Sian Proctor suiting up in the Falcon support building.
There is the new SpaceX Suit Up room again. This is our newest facility for Suit Up, which is a little bit different than what you've seen if you've been following along our NASA crew missions. Again, the crew missions suit up in the O&C building. This is the new SpaceX Suit Up room in the Falcon support building.
Yes, it looks very modern, and it matches the suits of the astronauts, which I love. There is a drawing of Dragon in the background there. That is awesome.
So what we see now are the suit technicians assisting the crew to get in their spacesuits, which have all been custom fitted, make sure that everybody is zipped up and ready to go, and most importantly, comfortable in their suits.
Yeah, all the suits are custom made for the astronauts. The chairs themselves are also custom made for the astronauts. And you'll notice that the suit technicians have some numbers on their back. There are a lot of folks in the room, and with masks and everything, sometimes it's easier just to, reference folks by a number. That way the crew can get what they need quickly.
The astronaut that you see standing there on your screen, that is Commander Jared Isaacman, with a suit tech helping him get fitted right now.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't the first time they've worn the flight suits. They put them on during the crew integration training exercise, but when they were here in Hawthorne, for example, they're using test suits, aren't they?
That is correct. So they do, while their suits are being made, because they're custom made, they take a little bit of time to create. they do have some training suits that they utilize until their suits are ready. I don't know if you guys were following along with them on social media, but yeah. I was following them, and when they got to wear their suits for the first time, that was it. I could just see the excitement. So it's really cool to see them put them on for the actual mission today.
And when we say that they're custom fitted, it truly is a custom process, specifically for Hayley. So as we all know, she is a survivor of pediatric cancer. She had bone cancer. I believe it was her right leg, her right knee. And when she was getting fitted up for the spacesuits, one knee was actually slightly larger than the other. And that was taken into account because, again, we want everybody to be comfortable. We want these suits to fit appropriately because that's part of the safety factor as well. So, yeah, this customization that we go through, so there's really no opportunity for anybody to switch spacesuits. That's not an option. But specifically for Hayley, this was a very important feature of our spacesuits because ultimately it allowed her to have a spacesuit that will keep her safe.
Exactly, and these suits are utilized for safety. In the unlikely event of a depressurization inside of the cabin, the suit provides nitrox and keeps them cool and provides them some oxygen. So it is very, very important that these suits fit them well so that they don't damage them. And again, these suits are basically like an extension or like a spacecraft in itself, right?
Exactly.
On the other hand, if you remember, like the old when Apollo astronauts would walk out of the ONC building, you know, they look very bulky, giant helmets, look like lots and lots of layer spacesuit. They're going either outside of the Apollo module, they'll be exposed to vacuum, they're going to be going onto the moon, doing the EVA. So that's a case where they really had to have big, bulky suits to protect them outside. These look nice and streamlined because they're going to be inside of the pressurized Dragon, yet still being able to provide a safety shell around them just in case something happened in the capsule.
Yeah, speaking about being inside the Dragon, we got to talk a little bit more about the cupola. This mission is going to debut the brand new Dragon cupola. It is integrated on top of the Dragon vehicle and the largest continuous window ever flown in space. Here's a shot of it being installed. So the total viewing area is over 2,000 square inches. And again, it's the largest window ever sent to space by a factor of 2.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible view for the crew. I think they even mentioned that a couple people can fit inside of the cupola at one time. And you may have seen the cupola on the International Space Station. That's actually a large cupola, but it's made of multiple different pieces put together. So you don't get that continuous view. This cupola will actually allow them to get that full continuous view. And since, as John mentioned, they won't be going exterior to the Dragon, it'll almost kind of give that feel.
So on screen right now, this is some testing that we've done with the cupola, sending it through extreme temperatures, and you can see some rods pushing in on the scratch layer of the cupola window to make sure that, again, it is first and foremost safe for the astronauts and does what it needs to do while in space.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Very excited to see that. And we've got an inside look into the SpaceX suit-up room once again, and we have the full crew there, and that is Hayley Arceneaux on your screen. She is the medical officer on this mission for today.
And Chris, I think he's thinking he has a lightsaber in his hand. They're having a blast. So next, right behind Hayley is Dr. Sian Proctor, and talking to her is Chris Sembroski. Again, Dr. Sian Proctor is the pilot for the mission, and Chris Sembroski is the mission specialist.
Once again, this is the SpaceX suit-up room located in what you hear us refer to as FSB, or Falcon Support Building, which is a building located just outside of the perimeter of Pad 39A. This is our new suit-up room, and while it might look like you're watching a black and white movie, it is in full color there. We can see that everything is, like we mentioned before, super streamlined, super clean, and wow, those spacesuits really stand out. They look so great. I have a feeling they might be lining up for a photo here.
Yeah.
I also like, we've got the display in the room so they can see the Dragon capsule they're going to be headed to shortly. Crew access arm in position while the advanced team begins working to get the capsule ready for them.
And there they are. Looks like they're finally all suited, maybe getting ready potentially for some photos here. We actually asked the crew what it was like to put their custom spacesuit on for the very first time, and here's what they had to say.
I was so excited and so smiley when I got to put on my actual spacesuit because I'd gone through several fittings over the last couple of months. And when I first saw my spacesuit, I just couldn't believe that that is what I was going to wear on the way to space.
The idea of having a spacesuit with my name on it and designed specifically for me was, I mean, it was the most amazing, fantastical thing.
Feeling-wise, it felt very much just like a training suit. So training, I mean, consistency in training versus how we're going to fly. Spot on.
Since it's custom made for you, it's a little bit tighter, a little more snug. It's got a nicer look and feel to it, very clean.
I wish I got to keep it because I would be wearing that thing all the time. It's awesome. It fits perfectly. They did an amazing job. I love it.
The overwhelming part of it, though, is that knowing that my name is on one side and Inspiration 4 patch is on the other, and this is what I'll be wearing when I go to space. And that's awesome.
Just an honor to wear it. And really, it's really very special.
It's beautiful. It's sleek. Putting it on, I felt like a real astronaut and really excited. It's just another one of those things that makes all of this more real.
We're approaching T-minus 3 hours and 7 minutes until liftoff of Inspiration 4. If you've just joined us recently, this is the first all-civilian orbital mission, and we have 4 individuals traveling on Crew Dragon to space today. They are suited up, and we are anticipating them to walk out of the Falcon support building, hop in those Teslas that you see there on your screen, and make their final transport to Pad 39A.
Yes, the pad where the vehicle is awaiting them, it's about 2 or 3 minute drive away. It's technically a walkable distance, but we're not going to make the astronauts walk in the hot Florida weather. So they get to hop back into the really cool Teslas and make a short drive to the pad.
And
yeah, Andy, I don't know about you. That's about 2,000 feet from the Falcon support building up to the crown on Pad 39A. So while that's less than half a mile or so, they've also got their environmental control systems. And I remember from like Apollo, when they would come out, they had these large, bulky environmental control systems, portable life support. Those weighed about 25 kilograms. So walking half a mile, carrying a 50-some pound weight. Yeah, granted, the suits are a lot lighter, environmental controls a lot lighter. I'll take the Tesla ride.
For sure.
You could turn off the forward ram lights to restrict inability of maneuver lights and the masthead and range light, correct?
Pausing for some comms.
Hey, sorry,
there.
Can you come back with that one more time?
I just want to confirm you turned on extra nav lights besides the side lights and the turn light. Is that correct?
Hey, yeah, we ran an auto sequence a few minutes ago to basically turn on the nav lights associated with being on DP.
Okay, that sounds good. Just wanted to verify.
Just listening into some comms there, and the Inspiration 4 crew is getting ready to exit the SpaceX suit-up room, get into their Teslas just a few minutes from now, and then make their way to the launch pad.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We started this broadcast maybe an hour ago, but it seems like it's going by so quickly.
As we mentioned before, the crew is completely suited up at this point. They're going to be walking out to the Teslas, which there we can see an aerial view of the Falcon support building. Again, this is about 2,000 feet away from the launch pad itself, but we're going to allow them to drive, save some sweat. They have a more important job to do here in just a little over 3 hours.
Yeah, and these Teslas are actually designed and custom made for the spacesuits. Actually, they can hook up their umbilicals to the Teslas, and there is the Inspiration 4 crew walking out of the SpaceX suit-up room, looking very excited.
Some fist bumps going around.
And their suit tech crew is also going along with them. Looks like they're taking some final photos before they hop back into those Teslas.
So this is the first time that the crew has stepped outside today in their flight suits. They're now entering the Teslas. Love this new shot that we have for this launch. We are inside the Teslas there with the crew. And we've been told that they have a playlist. We unfortunately can't hear it for ourselves, but hopefully we'll be able to see them, singing along. I would love some space car karaoke.
Yeah. Hey, you never know. We might be able to see that on the camera there. And this looks like Jared Isaacman, the commander for Inspiration 4, with Chris Sembroski, again, hooking up their umbilical ports to the Teslas. That'll keep them cool for this short ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, so the stuff that's going to be pumped through those umbilicals, while the umbilicals are used for communications, while actually in Dragon right now, those are being utilized to pump nitrox, which is basically the same air that you would breathe if you were scuba diving. It's that same nitrogen oxygen mixture, and we are pumping it through the spacesuits to make sure that they all stay cool and comfortable while they are in their suits.
Yeah, the suits are super complex, and you can consider them sort of a spacecraft of their own. They actually will regulate and monitor the temperature inside the spacesuits, and if it gets a little too warm, they'll start flowing that nitrox in to keep the astronauts nice and cool and comfortable.
So we see 2 Teslas parked there, and one of them will have Sian and Hayley, and the other will have Jared and Chris. And both of those crews in there, we can see the Falcon wing doors closing.
CRL on under recovery point.
Go ahead. Go ahead, water recovery.
A few minutes out. Hey, sir, can you catch me?
Hey, yeah, copy. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to verify that we are about 31 minutes out from this balloon. We are going to turn it on, get a stat log, and then do 30 seconds on each decoder, stopping on decoder 3, and then we'll send the first balloon up, boys.
Affirm. That sounds good.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
I'm also having the board.
The crew is now passing the hangar at Pad 39A. This is where the spacecraft and launch vehicle are integrated together horizontally. This building is also known as the Horizontal Integration Facility. And they're now passing the gates at Pad 39A. This is the safety perimeter at the pad.
And you can see how close that launch pad is to the Falcon Support Building. That was just a very, very short drive.
We got some great weather in Florida. The crew is making their way uphill, and towards the crest of that hill is Falcon 9 and Dragon awaiting them. This is a great drone shot of the facility and launch pad.
Now, while we have this great view, I want to take a second to talk a little bit about the history, because this is hollowed ground that we're approaching here. Pad 39A is the launch pad where NASA sent the first humans to the moon. This is where Apollo 11 launched from, and as well as the first ever Saturn V rocket launched from there. This is also a launch pad where the last Apollo mission launched from, Apollo 17. It was after the Apollo program ended, it was then refurbished for the space shuttle program, and the majority of space shuttle missions departed Earth from this launch pad, including the final space shuttle mission, Atlantis STS-135, in 2011. In 2014, SpaceX signed the lease agreement with NASA for this launch pad, and we then began to make safety and functional upgrades. So what you see there is the base of what used to be the fixed service structure from the shuttle days. So everybody might recall that iconic pad from the shuttle days, near and dear to my heart personally. And we did have to remove the rotating service structure portion of the pad for safety, and also it was just unnecessary for Falcon 9. But the bones of the fixed service structure are still there. What we see here is a view of the elevator shaft, and this is the same elevator shaft used these astronauts getting their first look at Falcon 9 on launch day. There it is.
The famous lean back.
Must be breathtaking for them. You can almost see the size of, we're close up on the crew right now, but how far they have to lean back to look at the vehicle.
It's a shame they don't wander over and look at the business end of the Falcon 9. Kate, you're talking about the history of the pad.
不好意思，有个比较长的电话，然后后来有人还上门来了一下，所以聊了一会儿。现在是什么情况？现在是已经到达发射下了。哇，这边评论还说有被地震给摇醒了，没事就好。
I just want to point out, it looks like we had a team lean back there. I don't think we've seen that yet.
And this crew grew
他们刚才在仰望火箭吧，因为他们这个宇航服的话，因为它颈部是完全固定的，所以说他们要抬头看是转不了脖子，所以只能是弯膝盖，所以会有那个很奇怪的姿势。
You can even see it here on the screen.
For sure. Something that I really appreciated, I forget who pointed it out, but it was one of these four. Noted that each of them are in a different decade in their life. So Hayley is 29. Chris Sembroski is 41, Dr. Proctor is 51, and Jared Isaacman is 32. So they're all in a different decade in their life, and this mission has brought them together, and the camaraderie is evident pretty much every step they take.
And it looks like Dr. Sian Proctor and Hayley Arceneaux are the first to enter one of the elevators.
那么两位女性先上了电梯。
Oh, just kidding.
That's happened to everyone.
So they're going to take this elevator up to the 255-foot level. And so this elevator shaft is not marked by floor levels, but rather foot levels. So they're literally riding up to 250 feet above ground.
这个音质真是烦，我也不知道具体是多高，一下换声号。那么反正是他们会到达剑桥的前一层啊，前半层。因为他们这个所谓的这个39A发射台呢是非常历史悠久的嘛，是之前阿波罗计划的一个主力的一个发射台。那么 Space 承包之后改建了这个地方，那么高度呢和现在他们使用的，就是他们剑桥高度呢和他们以前的那个这个层建稍微有点不一样，差了半层的高度啊，所以宇航员到达顶层之后呢，还要步行走过半层的楼梯，去到达那个剑桥。
And
这发射台也算是被他们给魔改了很多了。这里看到就是剑桥的前端。
Of course, and the webcasts back in the Apollo days were a little different than the webcasts now, and so it was a true surprise to the families when the Apollo crews would come home and say hello before
载人传统，那么就在剑桥这里就会有一部电话，让他们和家人做最后的一次通讯，也算一个传统。看来他们也要走这个流程。确实，你想一下，如果说是你的话，虽然之前做过道别，但找到这里的话，发射台上面到达顶层，看一下这里的景色和马上就要进入个火箭，心情应该会有点不一样，可能会有想说的。
Absolutely. So it looks like Chris and Jared have now gotten into the second elevator and are now making their way up to the 255-foot level.
还有3小时，我刚才也是离开了好长一段时间，不好意思。 反正大家放松点就好了。现在这个也不用看太认真。我是准备好了吃的喝的，在这边等着看。现在油管这边在看的11个人。
The mission specialist with Jared Isaacman, the commander of the mission today.
And we mentioned a little bit about the closeout technicians and suit technicians. Again, they are there to support the astronauts ingress, get buckled in. Before we close the side hatch, they'll be supporting with an interior foreign object debris checkout, and then also assist with the side hatch.
国内现在是已经到达凌晨5点了吧，也是还是蛮早的。反正还有3小时嘛，大家慢慢等嘛。那么现在已经进入宇航员准备的比较最后阶段了。他们之后进舱之后被绑起来之后，他们就没什么可做的。
等等，这是他们的时间是什么？凌晨5点。
国内嘛。
Yeah, these arrows actually point to what our
当地时间和他们的时区和我们是一样的，就是东部时间。
What it sounds like it's a basket on a
不好意思，离开了好一段时间。
They are the same basket.
你刚才有一个人讲话吗
？Again, in the shuttle program, they have been repurposed and modified for safety features, and then of course raised up to this level from the 255-foot level. So only utilized in the case of an emergency. We've been talking a lot about how the crew has been undergoing training since
线上只有咱们俩，没别人。
is part of it.
对呀。
They are prepared for all normal situations.
早上再过1-2个小时差不多。
In the unlikely event of an emergency. And that's what those arrows
1个小时吧，就他们早上6点多有可能上来看看。哎，等一下，国内能用 Discord 吗？
可以。你看这边这个频道里面都是以前加过的。
OK，
应该可以用吧，反正不能用的应该能用。如果不是能用的话，估计都是科学上网的高手。
对，
我只对很少数人去发了这个邀请，所以现在看的评论可能观众不好意思，我只对比较熟的几位给了一个具体的 Discord 的邀请。
对，看一下现在你这聊天的人，
你
看吗？有，早晨在吃早餐嘛，还要3小时，你看到吗？
对，我知道有人在看，11个人看，还有人被地震给震醒了，好可怕呀！
哪地方没地震啊？国内有地震吗？
在评论有说有一个人是被地震给摇醒。
对，是我看到。
还能再看直播，应该问题不大。希望。
这不开始在准备穿上衣服了，对吧？
这穿好了啊！我刚才穿衣服的过程完全没看到。
对，没看到，是啊。
你也没有看吗？
没有。不，他好像是没有那个吗？什么？我就这一会儿离开了，我就没看到啊。
那穿的很快啊。其实也不是很远，我们离开的时间还蛮久。穿衣服要半个多小时呢。看到跟拍的就是走过剑桥的画面。我觉得这个Hayley真的很好看。
你说这个年轻的女孩吗？
对啊。
远看行，就是他那个肖像照片刚才 pose 出来的时候，略差点，但是这样看还是不错的。
人家很有活力啊，可爱啊。
那当然啊，这是一般的活力嘛。你想想，
可惜人家已经人家好像已经结婚了，很可惜。
是吗？他已婚呢？
应该是已婚了，好像我好像在哪看到他已经是有孩子了。
怎么？
但我忘记在哪看。
的话，你有想法吗？
一点点了，但这个想法倒很假的，就是看到和漂亮的女演员的那种想法是差不多的。
哎呀，那说明你这人还没这么世俗，因为很多人一想，首先他得过癌症，就这一点儿，恐怕很多人连想法都没有。
他们签名，我以为他们签在
跟以前一样嘛，他再开始签名嘛，对。
不一样，他们以前都是 NASA 签在 NASA 那边，这边你看先新砌了一个 SpaceX 的图标，
可是那个你没看到 NASA 吗？这不是 NASA 吗？
对，我说他们应该不会，他们不签在 NASA 的那个图标边上，签在 SpaceX 图标边上。
哦，
他们是 SpaceX 图标边上的第一批签名。看到了，对吧？前面是在那个载人任务当中 NASA 的那一批宇航员嘛。这个 SpaceX 图标应该是新增的，他们属于 SpaceX 的宇航员。
Yes, and all members of the crew will get an opportunity to sign. And if you are wondering, this is penciled into part of their procedures to grab the Sharpie and sign the wall.
Yep, it's actually written in for the advanced team, which is the group of people that arrive to the pad prior to the crew, and they are the advanced team prepares the pad and everything in the white room with all the tools necessary for closeout operations. And Sharpie is one of the tools listed in the procedure for the advanced team to ensure is there prior to the crew's arrival.
And one final hug.
还特意提一下他们的签名笔是他们那个准备支援团队准备物品清单中的一件。
So in the background, around the seal, you can see that is Dragon, and the side hatch is open. In a few minutes here, we will be seeing the crew enter or ingress.
虽然评论在问经典的问题，龙飞船里面有没有厕所？有啊，他们要在里面住3天呢，吃喝拉撒都在里面，这就是他们3天的家了。
SpaceX ninjas, yes.
And there you could see Jared Isaacman and Chris Sembroski also making their way across the crew arm to the white room to join the rest of their crew.
潜水说还没有彻底醒，准备好了就加进来。
Also getting a moment to take in some of the sights. And it's such a nice day over there in Florida.
A great day.
他们能不能偶尔给39A 发射台做一个开放参观日？我觉得会有兴趣。
Only 10% likelihood of violating launch conditions, which is a rarity for Florida, especially this time of year. So, you know, if you've got
主播再提一下，现在天气情况是比较好的，是在佛罗里达的发射条件来说是比较少见的。现在是小于10%的天气违反放行概率。但其实对他们来说，他们更重要的你是要考虑3天以后他们有合适的天气条件，这个应该是被纳入考量。哇，这样的画面应该转播信号的问题。
Decision point for launch today. The splashdown weather in 3 days was also an important factor for consideration because that's part of the journey as opposed to missions to the International Space Station, where the NASA astronauts are typically on board station for a couple of months. We don't have to worry about splashdown weather then because who knows. But at this point, because the astronauts are coming home in 3 days, we did have to do quite a bit of evaluation for those splashdown conditions prior to ultimately proceeding into what we see here today.
You can see on your screen that Dr. Sian Proctor and Hayley Arceneaux have ingressed the vehicle. Again, ingress is just a aerospace word for entering. They're now working on getting strapped into their seats, and it looks like Jared and Chris are awaiting their turn to Dragon.
他睡1个小时在这。他睡1个小时的话呢，发射前1个小时45分钟什么阶段？应该是舱门关闭的时候吧。对啊，舱门关闭是发射前2小时吧，我记不得。那么现在是 Christopher 签名，最后是 Jared。
It sure is. Welcome to have you aboard.
那么前面2位已经
So that was Dr. Sian Proctor just doing an initial comm check with SpaceX core Sarah Gillis.
并且是刚才是那个Sian就是那个黑人女性应该是跟通话做一下通话检查。
And Jared and Chris are now getting ready to
他应该怎么念？刚才没注意听。他的名字应该是 Sian SIAN， 就那个黑人女性名字是 SIAN 嘛 ，Sian。不过他们都是让他称呼他姓氏，然后加一个博士嘛，因为他是有 PhD 学位的嘛，所以叫的比较正式。
那你说吧，他的后边写的。
我不喜欢念信啊，信念起来好。
后边是他的姓啊，是他的名啊，
信念起来好麻烦。哦，对，他的姓还是可以比较容易念 Proctor。
但是他问题他是那个什么，他那个如果叫他 Doctor 什么什么什么，那不就是后边应该是跟他姓？
对，因为他是有学位的嘛，他是有博士学位。
对呀。对啊。
你看一下，就是中间2个座位是飞行员和船长，那么就是你看飞行员以飞行任务控制吧，飞行专家pilot已经坐在副驾的位置上，那么主驾驶在中间靠左边的位置。那么因为Hayley是医疗专家的位置嘛，所以是在侧面，还有任务专家也是在侧面。能够玩屏幕的只有船长和飞行员。
Looks like she's got her 5-point harness already on. Dr. Sian Proctor sitting in seat 3. That is the pilot's seat. And looks like she's getting waiting to get her harness strapped on shortly.
任务专家的位置上。
Chris just entered the vehicle as well and sat in seat number 4 and looks very excited.
He did say he was going to have a very big grin on launch day.
Yeah, he did.
And he does. He is in seat number 4 as the mission specialist for this mission.
现在就是宇航员躺2个小时，躺2个小时算好的了。你想，我们当年是。我和你当初看那个第一次调 Demo 1的时候，对吧？那宇航员才调比较惨，他2个小时半小时前进去捆好做2个小时，结果因为天气原因终止，然后还不能马上出来，还先把燃料排干净，检查全部安全之后，在里面再等1个半小时才出来，那才叫惨。
那一次大概是4个小时吧？
对啊。而且我们说最不可能，就最糟糕的情况，就理论上最糟的情况，对吧？就说是这4个人现在进去，只剩5个小时的发射窗口，他们可以整5个小时发射窗口等完，然后天气依然不行，不放心，然后在里面再多做1个半小时再出来，那么就是全程是这样下来的9个小时，这是理论上他们最糟糕的情况。
对呀，
那才叫惨。而且只要是绑定之后，舱门关闭之后，对吧？剑桥没有连过来的这段期间，他们都是要时刻身着这个室内加压服，处于一个预备状态，就是你是不要指望能够喝东西和吃东西，这不可能。哎，他们等一下宇航服是不是那个头盔里面有吸管？说不定喝水是可以的。我忘记了是不是有这么一个设计。就宇航服的头盔里面带一个可以喝水的吸管，我估计喝水是可以，吃东西就不用指望。然后如果说有排出的需要的话，那么就靠尿布加了，就靠尿布了。当然，他们也是在这个登电梯之前有过最后一次上厕所的，这也是他们的流程之一啊。
总之，反正他们不这么舒服。
反正还好啦，谁没有做过参加过考试啊？考试一场2个多小时的考试，大家都知道多少都经历过的吧？这个就稍微长一点而已。反正就是你把你的作息提前训练好。像我记得我以前高3高考的时候，其中最后的2个礼拜就是在做作息训练嘛，就是固定你吃饭、休息和吃喝拉撒的时间。就强迫的让自己上厕所的时间规定到每一天的某个阶段，然后为高考做准备。真的是可以的，就是到高考的前一段时间的话，真的就是。
当然是可以的，我觉得是没问题。
每天上厕所的时间非常固定，反正他们也是训练了很久。
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the cargo beneath the crew.
对，今天好像没有看到老马来现场是吧？没有吗？刚才有没有出现过换装的时候？有看到吗？
没看到，没有。
我刚刚离开一段时间没注意看。
对呀，你去打电话了，我去准备做饭，所以刚才准备东西没有看。哎，很奇怪啊，那时候他没出现。
我不知道，我漏看一段，我也不知道有没有出现。如果有出现的话，应该是在着装那段时间。那么这评论说老马没有来，不知道。不给面子，可能有瞎死的。
we've got the first recovered Dragon right behind us. And so we put windows in that, not because cargo needed a window to look out.
我就这一会儿，天，光荣无声。
你干嘛了？
刚才切菜呢，不行。
你在边切菜边看吗？我天！
我就这一瞬间。
小心点切，慢点切吧。
刚才有点分析，我在切胡萝卜，想把它劈成2半，然后就给它切了。好惨啊！血流不止。现在怎么想让它就是让它赶紧止血？
切的深不深呀？
有点。我把那块皮直接给切的快完全掉下来了，好像切了块肉。我上帝啊！ 哇！
消毒吧，去消毒窗口贴高效。其实流点血没关系，流点血好，流点血是好的，是没有脏东西在里面。
我用水冲过了，然后还好我家有点云南白药专门止血的那个粉儿，我给它撒上，然后又弄上创可贴，现在给包上，然后我摁着，我现在摁着它，只要它不要不停的流。
窗口清理好，清理多流点血没有关系，窗口清理干净最重要。
我现在是我现在是手指头这个地方是跟着跳着疼，你知道吗？我现在是很痛，上帝！
歇着吧。
没事，我没办法歇着，我怎么歇着它也是这样。我现在正在摁着它，我摁着它，只要它让它过一会儿止血就好。
希望没事。我小时候6、7岁的时候有一次切菜切到手，切的还蛮深的，之后2年不敢碰刀。
多少天啊？是啊，切的深的时候有时候会这样。对。有点太不小心了。刚才真的是。
从小学1、2年级的时候开始在家里做饭，但是之前很长一段时间就不敢不敢动刀子，不敢动刀子。后来也没事。
我刚才是切的时候，我就想到这是一个很危险，这样是很危险。第一个切开的时候，它就有点晃，我就觉得。
你说的我有一点想起当时的感觉。
对呀，肯定的了。我有点犹豫，但第二根我又要再这么切的时候，它一晃。实际上我在切第一个我也预见到是这样，要不有时候你说都是怎么到了这一步的，都是因为你的预见性，就是你不安全操作，哎你就知道那个安全。
没事，小事情。
So yeah, that trunk will not be coming home, but
清理干净
it
就
is
好。
a super important piece of Dragon because, as Andy just mentioned, the dark side there. I am refraining my Star Wars reference. I'm saving that for later. But yeah, the dark side that we see there are the solar panels that will be generating.
这画面为什么现在静止着呢？
The batteries for everything that they need. The crew, like we talked about before, they got a lot of science experiments they're going to be performing.
Oh yeah.
But they're also going to be taking video, need to charge their phones, all that good stuff, of course.
哎，这个墙看来就怎么着了？就留在这儿了，并不是说他们把它签完了就拿下来保存住，而是就是这个墙上，你看到 NASA 了吗 ？NASA 旁边他们走的那些人在上面签的，一直还在那放着呢。
这是剑桥的一部分，剑桥墙壁的一部分。
哦，明白了。
就是因为他们每次要走过这个剑桥，所以在这个地方才做签名才比较有意义。
I think at last count about 566 switches. Yeah, mechanical switches. So you had to have the gloves. You had to be able to toggle them. And you know we've seen a lot of stuff in history where somebody throws the right.
现在看的画面是跟我不一样。我现在看的是发射前2小时35分32秒。
对，你说的2小时多少？35分是吧？
Few switches, and so it gives a much cleaner looking vehicle.
Looks like we got some team camaraderie happening yet again. Looks like Chris Sembroski there, the last one getting buckled up into that 5-point safety harness.
哦，他们已经坐到里边了。
I wonder if he's having
都快被绑完
flashbacks
了，就是最后有
to
Chris
centrifuge
在被捆绑了。
对，哦对，
其他几个人都绑完了。
最后再检查一下。
接下来的话，反正检查就座位固定等等，他们做一份检查流程之后，那么支援团队退出来，然后关闭舱门。关闭舱门之后有很长的一个流程的检查，其中包括2个加压检查，就是气密性检查，还比较花时间。
also strikes me is when you watch some of the videos of the shuttle launches.
那我之前也有一次是哪一次？Crew 1还是 Crew 2 ？Crew 1的时候，那么第一次气密性检查失败，还进行第二次，然后又多花了很多时间。这也是为什么他们提前2个半小时进场。那么就说是留出一些多余的时间。如果说有些检查流程没通过，那么他们可以还有多余的时间可以重新走流程。但是印象很深的。Crew 1的时候啊。
这个黑人女宇航员里边有4、5个博士学位，我的天啊！
没那么多吧？没这么多吧？
你看聊天里边有人写的。
有4、5个学位，博士学位应该就1个教育学位吧？
啊，那是指的是
博士学位是拿4、5个，那还是人？
怎么讲的是黑人女宇航员是这4人里学位最多，有4、5个博士学位。
就1个博士学位，拿4、5个学位，博士学位
这里不允许你有好几个博士学位吗？
博士学位这种东西是能拿4、5个的吗？那还是人吗？虽然我听过是，就说我听说过的传说，学界传说有拿6个博士学位的，那种人都是有病的。拿个博士学位真的很要命的好吗？我都后悔的不行。
后悔的不行。
早知道硕士学位拿到之后就可以撤了，反正也不想在学术待的话。真的很不容易，真的很不容易。博士学位真的不是
一般人能得。我有个问题，
不是一般人得，这是个很深的坑。你要是要做苦行僧的决心，
在国内读博士简单吗？
也不简单，不简单的。这当然也看学校，但反正各个地方都不一样吧。但总体来说，博士真的不是一件简单的事情，非常困难。我可以确认一下，就是看一下他的背景履历啊。但我找一下看，肯定不是4、5个，就1个吧。
And I mentioned before the centrifuge training. They've also done a zero-G flight. They trained in fighter pilots as fighter pilots in ex-military jets to simulate even more G forces. And one thing that we did recently was a full dress rehearsal with the crew just on Sunday. So the crew got fully suited up and they entered Dragon just as we see them now. But today must feel so different to them because even though they've been in these seats one other time in the suits and we did everything as if it were real. Today's the day that they're actually
看来也就是这样，这是正常的。你说谁他妈没事闲的好几个得好几个博士，那得多少年啊？
变态，这个变态是存在，就读博士多少年不少。就你读了2个博士或者3个博士之后，我估计说你已经不知道该以其他的生活方式来度过你的余生了，所以你才会去读第4个博士。有这种解释，你不知道如何以正常人的生活姿态去生活，那还有可能。传统宣传项目就是他们的宇航服。我把话筒这
里。对。不，他这个宇航服。
这是以前放过的宣传片。这
个也许吧，
是我完全看过，就之前几次都放过。
那就说明他们的宇航服是现在一样的，没有什么改变，还是以前那样。
应该标准的吧，就是每个人定做。
对呀，
有新的人加进来了，谁？让我看一下。也没有，就是你这。对，这和之前宣传片是一样的，就是每个宇航服都是量身定做的。纪录片里面有那个 Hayley 做测量的一个片段，蛮有意思，就量得很细节。
对，现在的宇航服看着确实是也比较时尚，也好看。所以它应该是量身定制的吧？
对，量身定制的宇航服，同时椅子也是量身定做的。
不过这个宇航服以后就给了他们个人了吧？
那我就不知道了。他给个人有用吗？当纪念吗？
对呀，也就是做纪念的。当然了，这个要是不给他们的话，也可以留在一个将来，比如说这个太空什么博物馆弄一个。
是的。怎么声音变轻？
也许，对。
Good morning, Dragon. I have you loud and clear. How me?
因为他们要通讯，所以把那个广告的声音给掐掉了。
你想这都是什么样？
在做通讯检查，但是和 Jared 的通信，对，
载入史册的事儿，这些东西他们都是在历史上能留下一笔的，所以说。
你看他们的做测量很好玩的，就真的是每个手指的长度都和宽度都会去量，很细节。
当然。
当然，现在做通讯检查，估计反正。
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for our com checks.
Copy that. Stand by for umbilical com check.
其实对 Jared 他在不是有4个主题嘛，就是Harry 是那个希望嘛，因为他癌症生还嘛，然后捐款中奖那是慷慨嘛，还有那个 Prosperity 就是50岁要完成他的20梦想，那算是繁荣嘛，或者说 Prosperity 还有什么翻译？
繁荣还是希望
？Prosperity 应该算繁荣，或者还有另外一个事业有成嘛。然后 Jared 他其实是
那个。
他的是 leadership 领袖
啊，对，
对，其实他这确实蛮有这种气质。看纪录片的时候，确实这个人是很有行动力，还有很有就团队领导力。不过想想看，16岁初创公司并且很成功的人，确实应该也有这种。
Umbilical com checks complete. Stand by for ground station com checks.
但其实。就这个也可能之前也不是很特别意外，就是作为一个好的领导者，他其实是人的性格要非常好，就确实是一个很有人格魅力的人，谦虚啊，也激进啊，能鼓舞人，或者是能带领，就人品确实要好，不然也是很难成为一个好的领导。不说领导吧，领袖吧，领导和领袖还是很不一样的。
当然了，还差一个级别，真的是不一样。
是完全不一样。领导管着你，领袖让人不情不自禁想要跟随。
是引领着后边的。
我肯定成不了领袖，我感觉我是那种理想中能做榜样比就不错。有这种人的，我以前在学校的射箭社团的时候，当时那个以前的社长。就有那种人真的很有那种气质，就感觉他说什么大家都很容易同意啊。很简单的事情，什么我待会儿去搓个饭，去喝个饮料，或者去做聚餐什么的。我是叫不动人的。他说，他就随便说，好包的人就说待会儿说去喝个饮料什么，或者周末去搞个什么活动。他一说，我操，对吧？一下子就20-30个人都说好啊，无语了。
你说那人是外表上长得就带着那个领袖气质，还是怎么？
不是外表那么简单，我也说不清楚。但是确实有这种人，就是我反正有生活中的例子，我感觉就是有些人，他就很容易就是把人带起来，感觉都说不上来什么，但我自己有那种感觉。
Teachers com check complete. Stand by for com checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
就希望就说这个人什么，他开始本来想自己创公司嘛，然后我就说，我要不也去一下？这就当时真的情不自禁是这样想。我现在要去打工去了。
Stand by for com check over Dragon to ground.
他现在去打工去了。
他打工去了。
Dragon MD on Dragon to ground. Com check.
就你说的你们那个建的那个社团那个领袖
社长。
社长
，Stand by for com checks with LD.
也许这样的人在打工的那地儿也慢慢的能成为一个头。
那很有可能，这种潜质应该是不会被埋没。
对呀，他就有那种做领导的那个，让人一看上去就不一样。就是有些人
看上去这种人看上去都很普通的，我觉得。
但是只要一讲话就不一样，是吧？
那不是，那就慢慢会被人其人格所吸引吧，就这种感觉。
这种人怎么哪来的这么大气场呀？真是。
不是气场很平淡的，但是肯定有他个人之处。
他就是有号召力。他是个什么老外？
华裔吧？
华裔。
不大会讲中文，基本上不会。
是有那种样的人，有那样的人。
射箭的人华裔蛮多的，不是亚洲人很多，应该是。
啊，我觉得韩国人比较爱射箭。
韩国人主要是不说爱射箭，他们是个强国嘛，非常强。
对啊。
反正就是各种通信检查、团队检查，这个话其实是比较平淡的一会儿。他们这种通信检查要持续很长时间。然后各种检查完之后才会关舱门，关舱门之后又有新的检查，所以这个过程还是非常长的，也算相对比较无聊的一段时间吧。
是啊。
反正我也可以聊，反正随便想聊聊嘛。
哎呀。
再吃一个布丁。
哎，这不这什么？老马估计发射前会去指挥中心啊。下边接着人说没有。推特显示老马在出发前和队员在火箭组装场有合影。
从那个从机库合影嘛。你比他直播刚开始的时候，他从机库出来的嘛，可能在那个时候有聚过。
对啊。
好像现在没翻推了，有什么新的内容？看一下。翻一翻推特有什么消息？
今天这个样。
T-minus 2 hours 23 minutes and 12 seconds, counting down for what is planned to be an on-time launch.
哇，这个 Elon Musk， 我觉得这个家伙也挺有人格魅力的，
肯定是
领导，
肯定是。
对呀，你想想，
你不要看他就是，你不要看他是多么的狂人，个人底子里肯定都是有狂的成分，但是为人一般都是反而是很谦逊、很亲和，就很好相处的。就一般相处很好相处，可能做起事来上的话又很严厉这种。那为人一般都是非常谦逊平和。我刚看到那个什么，我刷了一个比较有意思的，那个他们黑利他乘坐的那辆特斯拉后面的车牌是写的是 for St Jude， 就是 for 就是意思就是为了那所医院的那个。车牌，特性车牌。小彩蛋。另外一个车牌是，我看一下。看不清楚，算了。哎，等一下，现在干嘛？座椅已经开始旋转了。那么这个原来的座椅的角度应该是比较接近垂直的，那么因为它发射之后要把大部分的压力都缓冲到背部嘛，这样跟它侧面，所以说的话座椅往转过来。之前其实像中间两个座位不是特别容易够到屏幕，但这个角度就非常舒适了。
这个你说中间这个，哎，好像他们就是在移动。
对，座位旋转，
它这个座位
转起来，
好像升起来了是吧？
对，
往前了好像是。
对，从基本垂直的坐姿要换成接近水平的坐姿，因为它要把基本上躺着嘛，就是要换，这样的话你的受力待会会到背部嘛。
对，现在好像已经，你像推着往前了，应该是半躺着了吧？
我这边已经调好了。
对呀，这是两边的还没调，对吧？
都调了吧？调了。
都调了吗？那他们不是一排呀？你感觉是吗？
哎，高度稍微一点，对，高度不一样。
啊，又有错开的，是吧？
错开的，是的。
But as I was saying, at T-minus 1 hour, the plan is the team will leave the crew access arm. You'll get out of the blast danger area. And that'll leave just the Inspiration 4 folks on top of the Falcon 9 for the last 15 minutes or so of the countdown as we prepare to head to space. Status right now, everything continues to look good. Falcon 9 has been quiet since we started the webcast. It'll start to pick up at T-minus 2 hours. We've got a few flight terminations.
对啊，他们这次会挑什么零重力指示剂吗？
The biggies will come at
这
about
也是每次都
T-minus
在
1
猜的东西。
hour when we're doing Merlin engine
也没法
checks
猜吧，
on
只能说
the
等着
first
看。
stage, making sure engines are primed
对
and
呀，
他们
像他们这个要是，
carry the countdown
他
from
们可以
there
带
is
什么货呢？
typical. So a lot will pick up
对
there.
呀，上次不是有一个 Dragon 的一个选，
activity right
对吧？
now.
最早是蓝色星球的娃娃，然后后来是一个恐龙，然后再是 Baby Yoda。我觉得那个恐龙最难看，另外两个都蛮好看。
我觉得是，他是对，我是觉得他做的是不错。要说他们找个好设计师给他设计点这个什么，真的不是个难题，他做的确实是不错。
跟市面上本来就有的玩具，其实。
实际上，他就是有时候就是跟着在卖周边或者什么东西。
也许有这个成分，但也卖不了多少钱。那么他们现在应该是关舱门前，大部分准备应该是要快结束。那待会儿就是关舱门。但关完舱门之后，刚才也说就是还会一堆的检查。尤其是那个气密性检查很费时间嘛，就是你要想检查气密性的话，有两个步骤嘛，就是说一个是你把里面的压强增加到高于外界压强，然后看会不会有漏气，然后还再把里面的压强抽到比低于外界压强，反过来看一下有没有另外一个方向漏气。
那有个问题，它的压力就有点跟那边是不大一样的，对吧？那它是不是有点不大一样？那个人在里边会有感觉吗？
不知道，不大会，因为它不需要很高的压强场嘛。其实你想，就说气压其本来也是不是很稳定的，你热一点天和低一点天，或者你在海拔高一点地区，在海拔低一点，多少的区别，它不需要很多，它只要抽个几% 的压强差就可以了。如果只是10%压强，人体是不会有什么太大的感觉，而且更何况他们都训练过人，都是爬过山的人，对吧？高原训练肯定是都有。加压就更简单，跟加压的话，其实说白了，就是潜水到30米的地方，就已经有半个大气压了，就10米的水深就是一个大气压嘛。
I think Jared is Star Wars. Sian is Star Wars. Chris is the wild card, but I think he's Star Wars.
Jared is definitely Star Wars. I think Chris is probably Star Trek, but I'm not 100% sure. And I would think that Hayley, she's the youngest, so I think maybe Star Wars. I think Star Trek is too old for her.
You are go for section 3. Suit object
I kind of am.
没听清楚。黑人拿高学位的也多了去了。
是吗？
对啊，黑人这么大的群体的，人口基数摆在那，就是说，他们确实可能整体的教育资源上缺匮乏一点。但这么多人呢，对吧？黑人优秀的人多了去了。
I just love that, and I gotta say, that kind of sounded a little Sith Lord-esque from
这个人，我感觉他真的不像50多岁。
上次那个 Crew 2的那个黑人嘛，是 Crew 2的那个黑人也是个学霸吧？
好像是，
好像是有附属个学士学位的。
Well, in my case, we're just listening. They're getting ready for suit leak checks. If you look in modern day, every day,
他们现在是做舱内附加那个气密性检查，所以他们把头盔盖上，你看注意到吗？头盔盖上之后，那么他们的舱服就开始加压，然后维持一段时间，看压强会不会有变，以此来检查气密性。
They're talking about a mansion up in the hills here above LA as the Starship Enterprise. So you kind of got an equal, but in my case, showing my age, I saw the first Star Trek episode on
他们在聊星球大战的相关东西。我说实话，星球大战在北美是一个非常非常重要的文化元素，但我其实一直不是很懂这块。
Can I pick Mandalorian?
就星球大战，星球大战 Star Trek。
啊，对，
在北美算是一个很重要的文化元素，但我其实不太了解嘛，就根据一旦他们有些人聊起来，我就不关我的事，我就感觉聊不进去了。
星球大战已经太多年了，那个片子，他们对他们来说就是他们的一个，我感觉就跟
童年回忆
到他们对，他们的一个人生情节，一种情节。我觉得跟咱们中国人，比如说你说看《红楼梦》或者什么那些看那个什么东西，哎，对，道理是一样的，道理是一样的。
对。
其实没有什么，我觉得有时候这个东西是你只要是花时间、花功夫去一集给他看过来，你再看看别人的评论等等这些东西，可能能懂一些吧，就这个意思。觉得是这个，
没太大兴趣。
对，说的就是你有时候你不明白为啥老外对这个东西这么有兴趣，又是他们的那个剑呀，又是什么这一集又怎么样，所以就跟他们有他们的那个文化背景，就是你要让老外去看《西游记》，他也就觉得这又有什么意思？
这有时代特征的嘛，在那个时代就很了不起。
所以他们一般什么星球大战、什么星际迷航，那一系列，星球大战的这些影迷们，
看这个
团体，
看这个就是说这次不会是一个单纯的太空旅行，但因为他们这是为期整整3天嘛，所以他们也搭载了一些研究项目，肯定要介绍一下。刚刚有一些是关于医疗的研究项目。包括他们4个人本身其实也是个人体样本。
Translational Research Institute for Space Health to collect data and biological samples from the crew before, during, and after this historic
这个我知道，他们在昨天采访里面也说了，这个很有意思，就是说他们4个人都在那个发射前做了皮肤采样，他回来以后还要再做一次皮肤采样。
那有什么变化？
但这个皮肤采样也蛮有意思。
Copy that, Dragon. We see the same. The closeout team will perform final closeout steps and then exit the capsule. Please report when ready to close the hatch.
这个叫张健的，好像很了解这些。
Sounds like suit leak checks have been completed. Trish is a virtual institute that finds and funds disruptive.
对，他这不说嘛？他说黑人女宇航员，她爸就是超级血。
Copy that, Dragon.
网卡了一下场，不好意思。
Thanks, Andy. I'm joined now by Diana Dial from our space operations team here in Hawthorne, and we're going to take a closer look at the research that the Inspiration 4 crew will be conducting on orbit.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for having me, and great to be here. We're going to be talking about some of the biomedical research experiments that'll be flying on Inspiration 4 today. So off the bat, why are we even doing this? Obviously, our goal is to make spaceflight accessible and safe to everybody. And that means making sure that we understand what happens to the human body when folks go to space. Plus, with a lot of these experiments, we're also getting a better understanding of how to revolutionize healthcare here on Earth.
Now, that seems kind of like an interesting point because a lot of people assume that science done in space doesn't have anything to do with those of us that are still on planet Earth. So can you tell us a little bit about some of the things we see here and how they'll benefit not only us, those of us in space, but also those of us on Earth?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so off the bat, the technologies that we use for space, particularly for medicine, are actually miniaturized, they're mobile, and they can be used by non-physician or non-medically trained individuals. So that means that we can expand access to places where otherwise it's super remote. You might not have a medical provider. And these same technologies that we're going to be using, for example, on Inspiration 4, we use in remote care environments here on Earth.
And that handheld portion seems super important because
这个其实是医疗话题的一个很前沿的东西，说，医疗间将来会有一个大发展方向，就是远程医疗嘛，还有就是自主的一个更方便的医疗检查。其实，在太空旅行这么一个环境下的话，因为他们没有地面的医生可以就就近的就现场支援嘛，所以说很多东西要通过远程去做。那么就是说这方面的实验，最终应该会被民用化。那么在以后的话，如果说在医疗资源相对比较落后的地区，那么就会成为一件很有意义的事情。那么刚才他们现在手上的应该是个超声波检查仪吧
？Astronauts are actually going to be doing medical imaging while in space to better understand how body fluids change in the microgravity environment.
真是拿他们自己开刀做检查，就专门设计师把这个操作给简化，所以说非专业人员也可以用，比较便携也。好像说人体液体环境如何在微重力下环境它的一个变化。
Viewing, the ultrasound themselves, how do they actually get a readout for that?
Sure. So essentially, this ultrasound just plugs into an iPad or an iPhone, and essentially what they do is they'll plug it in, they'll use a little bit of gel, and then actually be able to apply.
张姐因为他刷完那个纪录片了， 所以说知道很多背景知识。哎，这片面信息量很大的。
For example, due to the fluid shifts in space, we want to make sure that we understand how blood flow moves in the microgravity environment, what happens to the bladder, for example, when it comes to urinary retention, and also we want to see how those fluid shifts could affect, for example, intracranial pressure. And so one of the analogous things that we'll be measuring is ultrasound on the eye. So all of these can be measured super easily using this.
对眼睛的液压检查还蛮正常。刚才提到膀胱和排尿的过程，他们要在排尿的时候做这类似的实验检查。哇！不光是要在上面吃喝拉撒，吃喝拉撒也本身会成为实验的一部分。
So can you tell us a little bit about what those are used for and how they're helpful?
Yeah, absolutely. So while these look like a very cool prop, they are in fact for science. So what these glasses do is essentially a number of neurovestibular type of tests. So rewind, when we're here on Earth, our body is adapted to the gravity environment. And that means that folks essentially are able to orient to where they are located in physical space based on connection between the eyes, the inner ears, and the brain. And so what you do with this test is actually put on these glasses and because
Can I try them on?
Yeah, absolutely.
听一下介绍还蛮有意思。
As you can see, Kate not only looks really cool, and everything's purple, but
像是3D 眼镜，但
the idea is that we're actually able to lateralize and localize different halves of the neurovestibular system to better understand when folks are doing a specific set of tests while wearing these glasses, how their adaptation to the spaceflight environment affects how they feel oriented and potentially might have space motion sickness, might feel dizzy or
就说你在人体对一般的方向感知或重力感知、上下的感知的话，是通过眼睛视觉和耳蜗的一些感应，然后协助大脑处理然后实现的嘛。那么左右眼和连接时是2个不同的半脑区嘛，所以它2个颜色眼睛的话，那么就说你显示的平常显示东西，有些可以只传达给左眼，有些可以只传达给右眼。那么你说你做不同的任务和测试项目的时候，通过刺激不同的脑区来更进一步的研究，就说比如说在判断方向感上面，不同脑区的一些角色和作用吧，大概是这样的一个思路。大概。他之所以用2个颜色的眼睛，不是说看在你啊，就是说你的显示屏上的东西可以，就是说有针对性的传达给左眼和右眼。
The crew will be completing final inspections of the spacecraft, followed by hatch close. And so the crew is doing a sweep inside of Dragon to make sure there isn't any foreign object debris, what we like to refer to as FOD. Basically, anything that doesn't belong, that shouldn't be inside Dragon, we want to make sure that that is not there anymore. So right now is a view of the Dragon capsule and the crew access arm to the right-hand side. The Inspiration 4 crew members are inside the top section of the Dragon capsule right now. And for those that are just joining us, this is a view from Kennedy Space Center in Florida off of historic launch pad 39A. We are about 2 hours away from liftoff. Everything is looking great today. Weather is looking great.
其实说白了，按照现在的宇航员的很多说法，一旦上太空后适应无重力是非常快的。如果就说你长期在无重力里面生活的话，可能还有一些细节要注意。
Crazy to think that, Andy, like you said, this is historic. It's pad 39A at Kennedy,
说是单纯无重力是非常容易适应，而且也很舒适。
And it's really
待久了可能你需要用各种手段来规避各种健康问题。
It was 1969 was whenever we launched Apollo 11, which was of course the
first
mission that actually landed on the moon. And here we are a few decades later, I should say, launching the first orbital all-civilian crew. And we keep saying all-civilian, and what that really means is non-professional astronauts. So people like us four, and that are now going to space from the very same ground that, Apollo 11 launched from.
全平民的意思主要是他们4个人都不是专业的宇航员，而是有其他工作的。
Is so
然后这个评论也在讲，
and of course, we got a
说普通人都不普通是吧？
Perfect background today.
其实就跟航天距离最遥远的应该是就是一个那个小护士吧。这时候小护士其实也是一个助理医疗师嘛。
We're standing on the shoulders of giants.
和护士还稍微有点不一样，应该是很不一样，资格高一点。
Yeah, we talked about the Apollo missions
而且更偏那
and
个
space shuttle missions.
理疗和
Since SpaceX
看
took
护
over
这一
the
块。
lease in 2014, we have also been making a little bit of history ourselves. In
那么现在
2018,
左
we
边画面
debuted
你
the
看到的
Falcon
是应该是
Heavy
要准
rocket
备
test
关
flight.
舱门了，
And for those
关
that
舱门的时间点
remember,
应该是
that launched
应该
Starman.
是发射前2小时
Starman
左
is
右。
out there right now in his Tesla, exploring space.
Listening to David Bowie.
Listening to David Bowie.
Must be a heck of a
Last year we also returned crewed flight from American soil with
对，刚才还有一个漏提的细节，就是刚刚不是说那个他们前后都要把移除一部分皮肤组织嘛，然后 Chris 又弄了一个比较有意思的建议，就是说他们可以移除一块像一个龙飞船图标一样的一个形状，然后有一个类似于纹身一样的地板上有一个类似纹身一样的东西，就反正都要移除皮肤嘛，那就一个搞个像纹身一样的比较有意思的形状，就是顺便提一下，蛮有意思。
that we wouldn't be here today, and it's incredible to think that literally our 4 all-civilian crew members are sitting in the Dragon capsule right now, about to make the next step in human space
他们刚才聊的是刚出舱的一个推特照片。
Even before we were flying crew, that we always wanted to turn rockets into airplanes. Like, how do we turn how do we turn such a difficult, costly flight into a more affordable and more often flight? And this is one step closer to that major step today, and just so exciting that we're actually here.
Absolutely. Yeah, reusability really is the thing that unlocks access to space. And personally, I am super excited for more people to be able to experience space because there's something known as the overview effect, and that's essentially the effect that humans experience when they're able to look back upon planet Earth from a different perspective.
但其实比较有意思一点，我们可以提出是昨天我也才了解到嘛，就这4个人应该是虽然他们是民用的嘛，商业旅行，但这4个人其实比较严格的执行的就是航天 NASA 航天员应该有的一系列训练，他们训练了应该是8到9个月的时间吧。 所以应该是比较，其实门槛还是不低的。但将来的话，肯定是要逐步的想把这个流程简化。他们也是作为第一批嘛，他们也给了很多有意思的珍贵的反馈吧，包括在这条任务上探索。以后肯定是要逐步的把他们这个宇航员训练的过程，尽量简化，使一般人能够更容易的进入太空。 我刚才看到他们应该是拿掉了那个内外通气换气管道，然后呢也拿掉那个舱门周围的封条吧，像是防止污染物进入一些封条。他们很快就要关舱门。左边画面里面呢就一个龙飞船的模型，介绍一下各个部分。哎，对，可以注意一下最顶部了，以前对接口的部位现在换成了一个玻璃穹顶了。最大的，现在最大的宇宙中的连续玻璃观景天窗。
integrate them onto the trunk, and that trunk will not be making its journey home. Unfortunately, that is not one of the reusable components of Dragon.
现在提待太空待久会有视力损伤吗？
The capsule's re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere.
所以说他们也要做眼睛检查。其实估计不知道对这个太空中的视力损伤的这个机制是怎么样的，还不是很清楚，不知道现在有没有研究清楚。反正无论出现什么样的健康问题，对吧？那么想法上的话，总归是要把它逐渐研究清楚，然后以后克服掉。所以说做这种实验都是有意义的嘛。不能说做某件事情会伤身体就不做了。 更多是要明白，就说是为什么会伤身体，然后有什么解决方案，对吧？
We have 16 Draco engines built into Dragon. We also have 8 Super Draco engines built into
那什么回事？你看Hayley的脚在抬，照说他们脚不是应该被捆绑住的吗？还能够自己解锁的吗？
Draco engines take over and
他可以抬脚。
do a number of things, micro adjustments.
他刚抬的脚是他左脚，他左脚是那个做过那个骨骼摘除手术那只脚，可能需要定期活下去，可能是特别给他留出来的一个，会不会？ 这个细节还很严，你看一下，就是比如说像那个飞行员这个位置的脚上的那个带子是很明显的嘛，他们应该脚是被固定在座位上的。那你看最左边的黑利的脚刚才在抬嘛，现在还在抬。其他人都是抬不了，就他可以抬脚，不公平。
From that height, views from the space station are amazing, but this crew is going even further.
可能是不是要特别照顾吧
I think we have some footage of the cupola, and which is one of my favorite things now on Dragon.
我们现在是在对舱门的边缘做最细致的检查，这个有道理的。反正就是 Crew 1的时候呢，因为是出位置嘛。就是因为在那个舱门的边缘里面卡了一块小异物嘛，导致第一次气密性检查没有通过。所以他们现在之后呢，就说对这个有舱门关闭的一个周围的这都会清洁度会特别注意。
There on your screen, we can see the pad closeout team closing the side hatch, which is one of the last visual things that we'll see here in the crew access arm.
The crew looks so excited. I think every little milestone, even if it's within 5 minutes,
这个都是从 Crew 2开始的这个过程，就拿着2个荧光棒，仔细的去每个小角落去人工的检查。这就是有了 Crew 1的教训之后呢，才会有这些就这个额外检查步骤。也不是说教训嘛，就是说当时确实是因为那个额外的异物啊，导致花了很多时间。因为气密性检查不通过，再重新检查一次的话，又是20多分钟时间，20到30分钟时间的耽搁，所以还是比较重要的。对啊，总算关舱门了。关完舱门之后，还有半个小时气密性检查和其他的各种检查，然后呢？他们要到差不多发射前1小时，这些支援团队才完全撤离这个发射台，所以有的好整。接下来就没有什么特别多的时间了吧，主要就是接下来检查其实不会有特别多的，不会有特别多内容，然后还有更多去通讯检查，然后发射指挥台，然后会给各部门开始看看他们有没有就绪。
They're right on the timeline. The plan was T-2 hours.
按照流程的话，现在应该还有一次天气简报，可能是准时要正要讲。
Dragon side, everything's running just as planned. Falcon 9 side, again, folks checking in on station, but still fairly quiet on the launch vehicle for about another hour. And not the
我刚才看到有谁好像上线了。
We have had in the case of one of the NASA crew missions, we close the hatch. I think there's a little bit of debris got caught in the seal. We caught that. We open it up. So there's even time in the procedure to be able to reopen the hatch if we have to clean things up a little bit.
他们又把舱门重新打开，他们好像也找到了什么异物，要清理一下。
Before the SpaceX egress team there that you see. Finally has to get off.
现在找到呢，都比待会找的要好。现在找的话就花个1-2分钟时间，再清理一下。如果是之后气密性检查不通过，那么一下子就是半个小时时间。这个还比一般的载人要稍微容错率高一点，就主要是。 他们5个小时的发射窗口啊，耽搁了也没有太大关系。一般的载人对接到国际空间站的话，会有非常确切的轨道要求嘛，所以是基本上只有1秒钟的发射窗口。这个是5个小时发射窗口。
And before that, a couple of Gemini flights got up to about that altitude, but this is fairly rarefied air, so to speak. That the crew is going to.
我隐约这边问那个总共要多少钱嘛？我隐约记得好像这个套餐好像是2.2亿美元吗？
Typically we've been launching into 300 kilometers or so. But one of the
大概是这个价，但这个价可能也是那个按照 NASA 的合同的去算。
What we have done before.
这个应该不会差特别多。
The fourth flight with people out of the U.S. Or as Chris said, 39A. That's where Americans leave to go to space, and here they are today. And of course, Inspiration 4 representing the 4 crew members who are on board this mission.
Yeah, you make a good point with the fact that Jared wanted to
有钱赚是
inspire,
肯定有钱赚的，
and
但
he's
有
doing
多少
that in
钱赚就
another
不知道
way
了。
as
反正
well. You know, if you're watching on YouTube, you might notice that there is a donation button for St. Jude Children's Hospital. We are fundraising money for
这个我
research
可以
and
提一下。
cures.
他
For
说
childhood
应该
cancer,
是下面
pediatric
会有一
cancer,
个，
which is very near and dear to this particular
诶，没有看到
mission.
吗？
The individual that's seated on the
他
far
说应该会
right
哦，
hand
这里
side of your screen
这里
there,
就
that's
是因为在
Hayley
油管上看到，
Arceneaux.
这里就有那个
She
对
is 29,
那家研究性医
and
院的
she
一个
actually is a pediatric cancer survivor. She had bone cancer when she was about 10 years old,
就是募捐的一个
and
链接
had
啊，在
a
这里
surgery to remove it and underwent very intense treatment.
值得提一下。
And during that process, she decided that she wanted to grow up and be a medical professional and
可能
work
就
at
说这
St.
边提一下，
Jude.
就是最
That's
左
what
边
she's
这
now.
位
She's a
小
physician
姐姐对
assistant
吧？
there, and
这个我应
she
该
is
说小妹妹。
representing the pillar of hope on
她就是
today's
当年
mission.
是癌症的幸存者，当年
And this
是
mission is
10岁
a
的时候患骨癌，
fundraising
在今
event.
在医院接受治疗，实验
So
性的
if
治疗，
you are watching, as Kate
幸存了
said,
下来，
on
并且
YouTube,
成为
there
了
is a
一名
donation
医疗
button.
工作者，
So please donate what
非
you
常励志的
can.
故事。
We've so far raised about 133,000 on the YouTube channel so far.
哎，等一下，哦，所以现在募捐到这笔钱都是从那个油管这个渠道募捐钱，还不少啊。
So if you've just recently joined us,
但
on
其实也
the
蛮
right
少
hand
的，
side of your screen
还不
there
到
is
100
the
万。
Inspiration 4 crew. They are in their seats. The seats have been rotated back to launch position. They have
他
undergone
们的目标
comms
是
and leak
2亿吧？
checks. And
就我有点
the
落后，我刚才卡了一下
view
网
on
速，
your
有点
right
稍微
is
有点落后
the
了，
Dragon capsule. That's where they're
稍微
seated,
快进一下子。
awaiting a liftoff here
好了，
in 1
就
hour
快进了
and
5秒钟。
53 minutes. Right now, the crew there inside that crew access arm is pressurizing the side hatch and basically working through the process to close the side hatch, lock it up, and retract the crew access arm.
Right now, we're just inside T-minus 1 hour 53
你可以
minutes.
看到一个细节就是那个
Major
嘛，就
activity coming
是
up here as we are working the closing of the side hatch and then the leak check.
就是最左边的 Hayley 的脚一直是没有在固定在座位上的，是在动。那条应该是那条确实应该我没有记错的话是在动过手术的那条脚。他也是第一个会携带义肢部分的进入义肢部分而进入太空的宇航员。 10岁的时候啊，就要把膝盖和大腿的骨骼移除，并且换掉换成假肢，因为他是骨癌，当时是。
But one last group still to talk to is the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch team. So right now we've got hatch closed. You can see everybody peering at it, making sure the scenes look good. And then we'll wait to start a clock and see that the hatch closure is good.
然后呢，接下来就是检查。
Listen to the crew eventually talk to Falcon 9 launch team. As we go past liftoff, you will hear callouts. Falcon 9 avionics, guidance, navigation and control engineer.
对，从募捐的话，有一部分是那个之前这个最左边这个任务专家座位的抽奖。
Up to the crew to let them know that things are looking good.
那次应该募捐多少我也不知道。他应该是直播刚开始的时候说他们的募捐目标应该是完成大概300万左右吧。 哦不，3000万左右吧。30 million 对，3000万。他目标是2亿嘛，就其中1亿是那个 Jared 捐的嘛，剩下的1亿人民币就是靠募捐来进行。你说是完成了3000万左右。
Falcon 9 team is clearing the flight hazard in the flight caution area. T-minus 2 hours. These are larger areas around.
老板还是比较阔气的，说要募捐2亿，然后直接就自己捐了1亿哈。
We are commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Copy that. Say standing by.
Yeah, we're going to do a quick check here that's planned on Dragon. This just changes what we call a command sequence on Dragon. They're not actually opening the side hatch and then going back to close it. That just changes states in their displays.
还是先进行一个逃逸装置的检查，然后再轮到他们做那个，再轮到他们的舱门气密舱门的检查，就是流程稍微变更一下。比如说这群支援团队要先被晾在这里等一会儿，待会才能进行他们的作业。
But you can't do anything about it. With that, Andy, how are things looking on your end?
Yeah, our crew today, Jared, Sian, Hayley, and Chris have been trained.
Chris 这个就是坐在任务专家座位上这个人，他当时自己捐了50块钱，还没有中奖。
What's super cool is that they're going through the same Dragon training as our NASA astronauts. And to prepare the Inspiration 4 crew for their mission, our teams at SpaceX have spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in space, and even running simulations of what a full mission could look like while seated inside of Dragon.
The Inspiration 4 crew has completed numerous simulations, including a 30-hour and 12-hour end-to-end simulation in our Dragon trainer. They trained not only at SpaceX, but they also did some centrifuge training. They flew fighter jets, and there's a photo from their fighter jet experience.
在聊他们的训练项目。就不光，其实就是他们这个飞行训练呢是那个 Jared 自己开给他们，不是 Space 提供的。因为这个老板他船长他其实是开了一个飞行训练公司的，自己也是一个非常经验丰富的飞行驾驶员，就是带着他们飞啊。
For a very short period of time, but there's a photo of them.
而且这纪录片里面的话，不光是他们飞，而且是把他们家人都连带着一起飞着玩的。
Right.
啊，这种看照片是他们零重力的体验，这是友谊促进的，算是有点爬山联谊活动。10小时登山之旅，并且在山顶上停留了3天。
They're almost enjoying themselves.
数落当时是。有人说是登山是最佳的促进感情的方式，就在这种具有挑战性的环境下，共同克服遇难环境，互相扶持。这个刚才也提过，千雪现在行吗？当时还是千雪把这张照片转给我，跟我说的。这是他们在那个他们执行任务的1级上起，用手指划开那个积碳做的签名，就是因为这张照片，当时让我们猜到了1级是比106162啊，就是有些人拿这张照片把上面积碳的那个纹理跟以前发射回收回来的火箭做对比，猜到了这个火箭的出生，超屌的，网上人真是超屌的。又是在看纪录片，这个好像之前已经放过一遍了。
Away from our intended launch date. This week was really intense because we had a lot of the systems. We got to go through sim,
going through some CRM training and looking at what the mission overview is going to look like.
Talked a lot about teamwork and the SpaceX culture.
我觉得这个应该是从最早期的时候，再晚一点。最早的时候主要是一些资料学习嘛，那个时候说他们好像说是非常压力山大，要背很多东西。后来上手了之后就好像好玩很多，这是听采访的时候说的。
Are not so good, and then some get really bad where you have to, plan an emergency deorbit, which we initiate ourselves in that. But man, challenging. I didn't realize how much upper body strength I need, so I need to hit the gym the next couple of months and build up some more muscles.
他还要锻炼身体，为了应对紧急情况，所以说其实是对身体的要求。
Because today was the medical training day.
Learn some more about some of the medical experiments we're going to be working with.
小姐姐还蛮喜欢的，他们做那个医疗的相关的训练。
Contributed all sorts of fluids now to the greater scientific cause. The best part is we all got in our spacesuits together.
然后为了科学贡献了各种液体。
Spacesuits strap into the simulator and feel like we were actually going to space.
Hello again, Chris here, and it's August 2nd, 2021. 44 days from our launch here in September. Everything keeps going to plan. And it's been an incredible week last week, working with SpaceX teams down at Kennedy Space Center, and then back here in Hawthorne this week for some sims.
This spacesuit that I got fitted for about 7 months ago, I actually get to see and try on and do a bunch of maneuvers in to make sure that it's comfortable and then I can move. And
说他试穿宇航服的事情。
because I mean, this is the spacesuit I'm going to wear leaving the planet.
他是7个月前做测量，然后开始试穿正式的宇航服，并且做细节调整。
Y'all are working so hard to get to Mars and beyond. We want to provide great data, and we're really excited to be part of this.
All right, well, thanks everybody for
很荣幸成为以后想成为去往火星的一块小基石啊，就是说他们的这个生理数据。
This is my final call here from SpaceX. So Brooke signing off.
纪录片。另外，其实刚刚最开始的时候，主播也说了一下，他们做过另外一个有意思的训练，是他们试着在龙飞船里面生活了30个小时，所以他们之后要在龙飞船里面生活3天，但他们即使是有过相应的训练的。我觉得那个部分我肯定很适合，我也感觉我像我这么宅的人，在一个小环境里面生活很长一段时间，好像不是问题啊。
Prop, loud and clear. Godspeed. Have a good flight today. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer. Dragon avionics on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon, as you loud and clear. Avionics, tell me.
各种团队的通讯检查，
Stand by for the comm check for the ground segment.
应该是比较无聊的一个，但你可以听一下各个部门的称呼啊。
Dragon ground segment on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, ground segment, tell me.
Ground segment, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control. Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
他说我能够在房间里在是因为我有手机、电脑和书籍，对啊，在太空也可以有啊，可能网络并不一定会有那么好，但其他东西还是可以有，看书、玩游戏还是可以的。 当然还有从来没玩过对吧？往外面看风景、拍照。
Have you loud and clear. Have a great flight. This completes our comm check.
嘉宾还在吗？这个问题可以扔给你啊。也可以扔为各位观众。我是觉得3天还是有点长。如果让你去选择去太空旅游去玩的话，你觉得什么长度的时间比较合适？我觉得3天可能还是多少会有点玩腻的。不知道你们会觉得多长时间对你们来说会比较理想？那这批人呢，就说还要做各种实验，所以有可能时间可以拉得更长一点，需要拉得更长一点。如果单纯去玩的话，你觉得去玩多久会比较合你的心意？
Earlier, we saw a picture of the crew signing their names on the booster that has flown to space a couple of times, and that's an example of reusability of the Falcon 9. We've talked reusability several times in the webcast, and our boss, Elon Musk, he's made it clear for years and years, the holy grail of space travel, what opens up space for humanity to become a spacefaring civilization is reusability. Without it, spaceflight is just not affordable. And I think, as we mentioned earlier, if you threw the airplane away after every flight,
这边评论说，如果是去 ISS 的话，去国际空间站的话可以待很久。但如果就是这种，他说如果是就像这种3天确实差不多。我个人是觉得3天都太长了，我肯定会腻的。
So that we could look at them, not fly them again. We rolled that into Falcon 9, into Dragon. And now as we're going forward, even Starship program where everything there is reusable. So that's the holy grail. We've been attacking at a piece of the time.
我确实，如果是新建这种空间大一点的、娱乐设施更充分一点的话，可以待久一点。像目前龙飞船这边说，张健说是1天足矣，我觉得也差不多。
Proven and reliable Falcon 9 rocket, as John just mentioned. The booster that's flying today previously supported the GPS 3-4 mission for our Space Force customer in November 2020, as well as the GPS 3-5 launch in June of earlier this year. To date, SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket
我们再重申一下我们之前知道的，就是这么一级 B1062.3 呢是之前执行过 GPS3、SV03 和 SV05 的任务。这个刚刚也说了，很有意思，就是这枚一级当那么那个签名照片流出来的时候，就被人猜出来是枚一级了。网上的有些人真的很厉害。然后龙飞船的话是 Crew One 使用过的那个 Reliant， 超好看。Resilience 就坚韧号龙飞船，应该是 C 编号是 C207， 该播报什么来着？还是舱门相关。OK， 终于轮到他们做那个舱门检查了。不对，是已经结束了嘛 ？OK， 那舱门气密性检查已经结束了，好快，20分钟就结束了，20分钟不到，10几分钟。可以看到，就是说原来插在舱门上的一些小管子已经拔掉了，那些小管子本来的话就是那个去抽气体和加气体，就改变舱内压强的一些装置，现在已经拔掉。说明确认，刚才播报也确认，就是说是气密性检查已经通过了。那宇航员就只有干等的份儿，接下来。
So that is again great news that we are continuing to march towards T0 on time. Everything seems to be going great so far. Kate, I do want to talk more about reusability. It is astounding that over half of our rockets are flown on reflown missions. I think one thing is to refly rockets, you got to land them, and that honestly is my personal favorite. Seeing the booster come back, landing on land, landing on
刚才也提过有几次啊，就是在 Crew One 的时候是出过一次气密性检查失败，就是发现那个舱门间隙里面还卡了个异物啊，重新开舱门，清理干净之后，然后再重新关门，再重新做气密性测试。那整一过程呢又多耽误了大概半个小时左右的时间。但他们整个流程当中是留出足够的冗余，让他们出现这种问题的。这是之所以为什么他们提前2个半小时进舱，对吧？因为后面还有各种各样的检查还有可能出问题。其实大家也可以想象，如果这个整个系统越来越成熟，就是他们越来越熟练，出问题概率越来越少的话，那说不定这个4个小时的等待时间也可以被压缩一些。
There were a few unsuccessful landings on the drone ship where we learned a lot and eventually led to the first successful one. And that moment is seared in my memory. And the crowd just went absolutely wild. I mean, we've had a few events where the crowd has gone absolutely wild in this building for the historic moments that we made, but that one in particular with the drone ship landing for the first time is one of my top 3 favorite memories.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible, and it's what's gotten us here today. With the Falcon and Dragon system, we've proven you can build a reliable, reusable launch system for a fraction of historical cost. Our next step is to scale that up, basically build the same kind of system, but capable of taking a lot more people to the moon, Mars, and beyond. And that is what we're doing at our Starbase location in Texas with Starship.
如果像目前为止已经过去的成就嘛，尤其是在那个成功着陆第一次成功着陆的那些喜悦之前，现在就说现在做新建开发，其实也就是要重复 Space 之前走过路，在一个新的系统上，更大、更便宜的一个系统，更大的回收空间，更大的回收率。这张照片很有名的。但是这张照片应该是被老板推了，然后就会谁流传蛮高。就是当时第一个新建完全体整合的时候的一个照片。
The first time I saw it with my own eyes,
说这张照片引起很多人当时回忆当时纽约建帝国大厦的时候的一张经典的工人照片，感觉有种2种时代交相辉映的感觉。那么这个是前一阵子那个新建 S10、S20和底下 Booster 3、Booster 3。进行整体堆叠测试的一个照片。
Manufacturing and production focused, and that is very key for us to continue to fly and
最理想的话，这个
but we also need to build them in the first
最
place.
理想的话，这个礼拜 那么可能会有一次新建超推的一个经典实验。我个人估计是要轨道级试飞的话呢，可能要下个月了。理想吧。
To Starship, and using all that knowledge and improving, just constantly improving our manufacturing and production of these vehicles.
Absolutely. There's the innovation there, regardless of success or failure. It is constant because we're learning just every second that we continue to build down there.
Yeah, super excited to see what Starship has for us in the future. But we are marching towards 1 hour and 35 minutes until liftoff. Let's talk a little bit more about the mission today. So the crew is not going to the International Space Station. They will be lifting off from pad 39A, spending about 3 days in orbit at a flight apogee of 575 kilometers. Here is an animation of where the crew will be at altitude-wise. They're going to be higher than the International Space Station, higher than the Hubble telescope, honestly higher than any humans other than those that went to the moon.
Yeah, and you see that it's a little bit further out than the International Space Station. It will take a couple burns, about 45 minutes apart, for us to raise to that cruising orbit. And just something unique to that, if you followed along with our crew missions, there are multiple transfer burns that get us to the International Space Station. It's extremely precise maneuvering that needs to happen in order to dock with the International Space Station. As a reminder, these vehicles are going at 17,500 miles per hour. We don't need to do that for this mission. So we just need a couple burns to get us to that very far out orbit of 575 kilometers.
One thing we ought to alert folks is they watch the ascent and we see the second stage. We typically put up the velocity and the altitude of each of the vehicles. The Falcon 9 will put Dragon into the low Earth orbit about 190 kilometers by 575. So they don't go into the final orbit right away. Jesse, as you just said, we're going to very quickly after we get into orbit, you know, I think before they take suits off or anything, we'll do burns of the Draco engines, the smaller ones, to lift that orbit a couple of steps to 575. So if you're watching in the webcast and you go, wow, the Dragon just separated, why isn't it showing 575 kilometers? That's because we've got 2 more burns that we've still got to go through.
Okay. 就是大概在介绍龙飞船分离以后，还需要靠龙飞船自带的天龙引擎做一些推进和补充速度的事情。
This is the furthest that humans will have traveled away from planet Earth since the end of the Apollo program in 1972. So we are continuing to march toward T0, and it's safe to say that the energy is growing. It's becoming more and more real. I mean, with a blue sky like that, how could it not be real that you know, we're going to space today, hopefully. So proceeding towards the 1.5 hour mark here away from liftoff.
As Kate mentioned, 1.5 hours, a little bit more to go. In that view you see on your screens, the sun slowly beginning to set over Florida. Blue skies, wispy clouds. The weather continues to look good. Again, 90% probability of good weather, although for some reason they always like to report the probability of violation as 10%. So we look at the flip side and say 90% good weather. We will continue to watch as we get close in the next 90 minutes to T0 and the sun sets. Looking at ground level winds, and we're looking to see if there might be a pop-up anvil clouds. That's something you don't want to fly the spacecraft through. The other thing that we've got is, I mentioned earlier, we are releasing balloons. The range is releasing balloons that allow us to measure wind speed and wind shear in the upper altitudes. Right now, the balloon data coming back shows upper altitude looks well behaved. So the weather, both here and around the world for the next few days, continuing to look good.
Mentioning this weather, and this is a very unique mission. Again, we're not going to the International Space Station, so we do have to make sure that weather is good on liftoff and returning back home. So the procedure for picking the launch window is actually a little bit different. We reserved a couple of days, a couple of 24-hour days for the mission, but had to wait until L-5 or 5 days before the first launch day that was selected to narrow it down to 12 hours. And then after that, we waited until L-3 to select the 5-hour launch window that we have today. And then we have 4 opportunities in each of those launch windows about an hour apart to lift off. So it's a very unique case. So we really just knew just 3 days ago what the T0 in the launch window would be.
Okay.
Yeah, and one point to make, we may hear it from the crew. There are 4 launch opportunities in the 5-hour window that we're getting ready to come into here in 90 minutes. Right now,
他们这个其实轨道意识相对低一点嘛，所以他们其实很早就知道了这个准确的 T0 窗口。那么囧叔又补充一下，整个5个小时当中呢，其实是3次发射机会。这个应该也是跟燃料循环相关的。就说如果说你燃料不能在火箭里面保持太久嘛，温度会过高嘛，所以其实要做一些循环的。如果说是要一次被叫停终止之后的话，那么你可能要做一次燃料循环，可能要花1个多小时时间。所以给5个小时窗口的话，按照囧叔说法是足够有3次发射机会。
Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
Now is the crew on the left-hand side. On the foreground is Jared Isaacman, mission commander, and we saw him interacting with the touchscreen monitors that are in front of them. Those will provide the crew with telemetry data, engine data, really anything they need for the mission. And now that the seats have been reclined upwards, they have access to those screens now.
好，这边在说刚才新建的话题，说 FA 拖后腿，就说新建的轨道发射嘛。这个我个人是觉得不能完全怪 FA 啊，因为老马肯定是。就老马会抱怨 FAA 的环境审批拖得比较久。这个问题你要这样看的，就是说，因为是它其实不光 AA 的环境审批报告，环境审批，其实它现在新建确实还缺一些很多硬件的准备和测试的准备啊。如果说要做轨道级发射的话，那么你肯定是要发射架的一些加注测试和固定支架都要做好，但这些还没有就绪。就他们确实还缺了很多东西啊，不光是 FAA 的环评报告审核通过，但作为老马的角度的话，肯定是会愿意去往那方面施压。他的这个角度，因为他希望每一个环节都尽快做完嘛，所以他这个角度去抱怨呢是对的，但是你也不能说就是因为 FAA 拖后腿，其实他们本来就是差了很多东西的，对我个人是这样的一个看法。
You're just now joining us. What you are seeing on your screen is the first all-civilian crew, Inspiration 4. They're all strapped into their seats.
现在人也开始多起来，现在是到17个人了。
Preparing for T0 shortly here. We're just at T-1 hour.
那么 Jessica 在说是刚进来的朋友就介绍一下现在看什么。
They've already done comms
回顾一下刚才有说什么。
suit leak checks.
来说一下嘛，刚进来的朋友的话，那么现在看的是，你不知道是在看什么的，刚刚进来，是第一次全平民的航天载轨道级载任务啊 ，Inspiration 4，有翻译中文是灵感4号，我觉得总觉得应该有更好的翻译才对。那么是直播，他们的空巢直播是从发射前4小时开始的。那么最早呢是从准备室出来，然后进行着装室，着装结束之后呢，转移到发射场，进舱固定好之后，然后各种检查，情绪检查、各方面通讯检查和各部门就绪检查，关舱门，舱门气密性检查和那个引擎系统和各种系统的检查，大部分都通过了。
And I'm trying to recall them all in my mind. This is the first time that we're going to be having
现在其实单纯的是等待时间了，因为就说没有什么太多事情在进行，所以就不会再随便聊。因为他们其实因为为了检查各种可能出问题嘛，所以他们是预留一些额外的时间的。到目前为止，所有的事情都进行得很顺利，所以现在就没有什么太多事情可以做了。那么等待会快临近发射前1小时的时候，估计还会有一次天气简报和一次各部门联系通讯汇报和联络确认，然后再做一些最终检查，然后呢，发现4分钟呢会做一个燃料加注衣服的确认，然后燃料加注呢是发射前35分钟开始。
Yep, and they hopped into the Teslas.
还有一个时间是发射前1小时左右呢，剑桥会撤回。在发射场支援人员会全部撤离。
They attended the pre-launch briefing there, and then also began donning their spacesuits.
反正在燃料加注之前的火箭还是一个非常安全的东西，因为它没有东西可以烧嘛，所以只要是在燃料加注前嘛，如果有问题的话，他们所有的宇航员都可以从剑桥走回来。但一旦燃料加注开始以后呢，剑桥撤回后呢，那么他们就会完全依靠紧急逃生装置，如果有问题的话。所以现在你看宇航员其实还是比较惬意的。等燃料加注以后的话，那么开始就要把盖子盖上，这样舱副加压。
Yep, and then the crew got inside the Dragon capsule, a process also known as ingress. We performed some communication checks. We rotated the seats upwards. And then before hatch closeout, we performed suit leak checkouts, as well as final interior inspections of any type of debris inside of the Dragon capsule.
And then we're gonna, we saw the closure of the side hatch. They performed.
这边在问前面的流程和 NASA 宇航员的这个样子，基本上是很类似的。但区别呢是有几个小区别嘛，一个是他们着装楼呢没有用到 NASA 设施 ，NASA 宇航员呢会在阿姆斯特朗综合楼里面做换装。那么他们这次是介绍了一个空叉自己拥有的一个新的设施，我忘记叫什么了。他们在那个设施换了衣服，那换衣服那段因为我离开一段时间，所以也没有看到。当我回来的时候，他们已经到达那个发射场。整体流程基本上是完全一样的，看下来，时间点也基本一样，进舱时间、关舱时间基本上都是和以前的发生是一样的，而且进行的很顺利，目前为止。现在囧叔应该是在做一个流程的介绍吧，剩下的。然后这边还有一个很好的补充啊，是 BOCA-Z 嘛，他说 BOCA 就是新建的环评报告嘛，据说之前的环评是基于猎鹰9号和重型猎鹰。所以按照新建来的话，按道理是不需要重新完全来的，这个也不对啊。这个Starship 和超重的重量级确实要大很多，然而性质也不一样，所以包括灾害区的评估的话，其实也是很重要的事情，而且还有跟你的飞行方式也不一样，所以可潜在的碎片坠落方式有很多不一样的地方。所以我个人来说认为的话，倾向是认为它确实需要做一个非常新的环评报告，而且它在这方面之前做的可能并不是特别好，我隐约的感觉到，但我不是很确认，因为我也没有看过一手的环评报告，也不懂这个。但是目前网上的讨论看起来感觉。真的不能太赖 FAA 啊！我感觉空叉自己也是有做欠缺的地方，因为空叉也可以理解嘛，空叉它是所有的事情都在赶进度，反正就越快越好。但那边政府那边是越晚越好。那你因为他政府那边申请的话呢，确实空叉的行驶模式可能就有一些陷阱，是显得有点欠缺，可能评估报告做的就有点欠缺了。那边可能也要试着变化这种节奏，但是空叉这边也确实是对环评报告这件事肯定也要再多上点心思。我觉得要想办法妥协和折中吧。
Dragon goes into orbit, but the second stage is going just as fast. It's just Dragon will pop off.
我个人猜测是像新建这种发射带全推力载那个超重的话，在岸边可能不是一个长期的长久之计啊。在更远一点的地方还是有城市。所以最终可能还是要转移到那个海面发射台平台上去。
onto the Inspiration 4 mission. The crew is also
可能像这种轨道级飞行的话，稍微少装点燃料还是没什么太大问题。
We caught up with the
以
crew
后的正
during
式飞行，
training
我
to
觉
get a
得肯
little
定还是
more
往海
insight
上走的。
on what each of them are planning to take into space.
扯远了。
Most special item I'm bringing up to space is this custom jewelry I made for my wife and 2 daughters. It's a dragon pendant, if you will, and so it'll be going in my satchel on suit up day, and I'm gonna fly it in space for them. I think we all now have like a really close connection with dragons, and this seemed really appropriate. Something hopefully my family will want to pass along for generations to come.
What? 他刚才说是要再携带一个龙形的什么东西
a couple of things that my mother-in-law has asked me to take up into space for her.
哦，是他们的私人物品，就是有纪念意义的物品。
Two of these items are just kind of special. So,
这是他母亲希望他携带上
2 pins. They're both orders of the Eastern Star. I mean, if you can take a look at that and see those, but that's that one, and then there's a smaller one here, and it's this guy here. These belonged not to her, but to her great-grandmother. The reason it's important to me is not only is it talking about some history and some family connections. My grandfather on my mom's side was a Mason, and my grandmother was also an order member of the Eastern Star, and they were 2 of the coolest people I think I knew. My grandfather had a way of really making anyone feel at ease and welcoming anyone he saw, regardless of their background, or where they were from, or what they thought, and knowing that, being able to pick up little pins like this that represent something that meant a lot to him, and some other folks that in my family. I think that means a lot.
I'm very happy to report that I have turned in all of my payload. I've been thinking about what I wanted to bring to space since January.
看来是这样，可能在这个阶段，他们要确定自己携带私人物品的清单要完全弄清楚，所以说这里可能是确认之后做了一个 vlog。
This old picture of me. This is when I was 10 years old. And
这是他10岁的照片， 这是他化疗那段时间的照片。
I'm going to pull this photo out, and you know, now getting to be in space, my hair is going to float everywhere, but yet hold this old picture of me and show all my patients, all these kids going through cancer treatment around the world, that there's a future, that it gets better. And
这个还是很有象征意义的，就说他现在手上也有很多患癌症的儿童嘛，患病患嘛。 他向儿童展示，这是他过去的自己，这是他现在的自己。你们以后也会有这样光明的未来，这是也有可能嘛？
I mean, how often do you get to say that you get to pack for space, and thinking about items that are important to us, that have meaning in some way, that we really want to bring with us. And so I have an item here around my neck that I will take off, and this is a ring, and it's my dad's ring, and it's really cool because it's a Thunderbird, and my dad used to wear this all the time, and he passed away when I was 19, so I don't know the origin story of this, but it's a unique design, and it's pressed into the ring, and my dad absolutely loved it. And like I said, wore it all the time, and unfortunately, both my parents have passed away. So my mom, I can't even ask her, like, what's the story behind this ring? But I think my dad actually got this before he met my mom. So he's had it for a very long time. And so I'm going to bring that to space to represent my dad. I have my mom's ring here to represent her.
他很喜欢戒指的嘛，现在手上也戴着2个。
Something kind of unique and special that they got for me when I was born is this commemorative coin from the island of Guam. So it says Guam, USA, and it says where America's day begins. And so I've had this coin, and has 1970 on it because that's the year I was born. And so I feel like this is the first gift my parents ever got for me, was this coin when I was born, and I've had it now for 51 years. And so I'm bringing that to space with me. So I have my coin, and then I have my 2 rings from my parents. And I'm excited to bring them along for this incredible, amazing journey experience. And thank you for everything that you've done to help me get there.
这个流程就是这个流程就是以前的在宇航直播里面没有的东西啊，就是聊一下自己携带什么私人物品。
Probably wanted to take as much as they could. There are limitations, but it seemed like the common theme was family. Personally, I think my favorite thing is the photo of Hayley that she's taking. Like she said, she underwent treatment for bone cancer when she was 10. She's taking up a photo, and of course she's going to have a photo of herself floating there with hair. And I just love that she's going to have the opportunity to show the patients that she treats at St. Jude that it gets better and that they can grow up and be an astronaut one day too.
Yeah, I think Jared's memento of a dragon is par for the course today, as they are all seated in Dragon. So I think that him and his family are going to have tons of memories to come and be able to share that for generations to come too.
Yeah, I love that they get to take a little bit of something with them. As we've been talking throughout this whole mission, it seems so personal. You know, they get personalized suits, and now they get to bring something with them, some memorabilia for themselves, which I think is really important for a mission like this. So in addition to the space science, in addition to the science supplies and personal items, the Inspiration 4 crew is also taking up a number of items that will be auctioned off to help raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. This includes an original Kings of Leon NFT that was created using live show visuals and a live recording of the band's new single, Time in Disguise, recorded during their hometown show in Nashville just a few weeks ago. The NFT was loaded onto an iPhone 12 and will be played by one of the Inspiration 4 crew members while in space. And there's going to be a bunch of other cool stuff going up that will be auctioned off as well.
Yeah, there's quite a list of things that are heading up. Some of you might recall the Time magazine that was recently published with the Inspiration 4 crew. Just such, I think it was such an iconic shot. It was very stoic looking, and there's going to be a copy of that flying on this mission, and the crew will autograph it after the Dragon capsule splashes down in a couple of days. And of course, something for little ones, there's a handful of plastic and plush STEM toys based on the animated series Space Racers. So again, all of these things are available through auction, which is currently live.
是真的带货啊！
There's going to be
他们有些网上
ukulele in space.
跟这个活动相关的活动正在
Chris is
网
going to
开
be playing a ukulele, and then it's going to come back and be up for auction again, all for a great cause. So I'm so excited to, 1, hear him play, and 2,
这个东西也能看，就是说那个 Chris 的任务专家这次会在太空中演奏乌克丽丽是那种小的小吉他们的东西，然后演奏和演唱，然后被录在 iPhone 12里面，然后之后会配拍，好奇怪的东西。
Jude, which is going to be pretty incredible. I think that's definitely something I'm going to try and get.
有收藏癖的人肯定是有，我可能稍微有点不太理解。
Yeah.
For those who remember, we had the Fisher space pens that worked in microgravity. And so Fisher has got a
我个人的话倒是蛮想用报废的新建的金属做的一些工艺品，随便什么纪念品，给我个铁片，我也觉得蛮有意思。
So something else interesting to bid on.
Yeah, super cool. They're also taking up a customized Mont Blanc Starwalker writing instrument, as well as some stationery that the crew will get to journal about, their experience in space while they're up there. Like I mentioned before, this auction is open. Actually, it opened on Thursday, September 9th, and it will run through November with all of these different items, including the ones we mentioned and more. They'll all be available at various points during the overall mission. And you can bid on these auction items if any of them called to you. Head on over to stjude.org/inspiration4 and check them out.
We're T-minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, 21 seconds, counting down. Everything continues to go well.
应该没有什么太多事情，应该接下来下一个时间就是发生前1个小时左右是支援团队撤离，然后大概是发射前45分钟或者50分左右是剑桥撤离，然后是紧急逃逸装置启动，就绪状态，然后呢是就是燃料加注了。
Why is it hard? Why can't you just aim your car and go up? 575 kilometers. And we talked a little bit about, hey, you've got to get 1 million pounds of propellant. You've got to figure out how to burn it in 10 minutes. You've got to steer the rocket, so you've got to be able to have engines that move, can, withstand wind gusts, get the rockets on the right trajectory. Then we're talking about like the space pen that works in microgravity. You think about it, when our first stage is getting ready to come back to Earth, there's no gravity. So that means none of the propellant is down at the bottom of the inlets to the engine. So that's one of the things you have to work in space, both here and on Dragon. How do you get propellant into the inlet of the pumps and the valves so that instead you're not pushing gas through there? And that's a bad thing that happens when you want liquid and you only get gas going through your rocket. So that's just one of the things that we've got to do. And of course, we've got to fight the force of gravity. 9.8 meters per second squared we've got to overcome. And so I don't know about you, but when I took physics class, as always, you're sitting on a sled on a frozen pond. It's frictionless. And then how fast do you throw the bricks overboard that are on your sled to essentially make the sled move? And how fast can you go depends on how fast you throw the bricks out. And that leads you to the famous rocket equation. Look that one up. You can see that. But essentially, it all comes down to how efficient is the engine and how efficient is the structure. And in the case of the Falcon 9, we tried to be as mass efficient as we could so that we carry mostly propellant with just a thin skin of tank around it to hold it. So the more propellant you've got and the less tank and the less weight of the engines, the more efficient you're going to be, and that way you can carry more into space. And that eventually is where we're going, put humanity out into space.
Yeah, and so we talked a little bit about the time of launch, and today is a little bit different because we have up to 4 opportunities to launch our Inspiration 4 crew members. But if we're doing things like trying to rendezvous with the International Space Station, we have to target a very, very specific window. And so depending on the profile of the launch, how high we're sending it, which type of orbit we're sending it, liftoff time does play a factor into that.
那就重新提一下嘛，这次的发射窗口整整有5个小时时间长，那也是这次发射优势，因为它没有特别要求的轨道嘛，所以它其实相对是比较随意的。像跟国际空间站对接的话，那它对轨道目标轨道就有非常明确的要求，它荣誉就会很小，发射窗口只有短短的1秒钟。这个其实它没有特别明确的目的地的话，它就比较随意，只能5个小时的发射窗口。
Doesn't feel like that, but put your seatbelts on. The Earth is rotating. That's 25 kilometers every minute. So if you waited about like a 15-minute launch window, all of a sudden the space station's 375 kilometers east of where you are on the ground, and it takes a tremendous amount of propellant to make up that kind of error. So that's one of the challenges why orbital dynamics is important. You've got to know when you're going to launch, where you're headed. A lot of people care where the sun is when you get into orbit. If you have got solar rays, then you need power right away on a satellite. So orbital dynamics, another great thing to study in school, because if you don't know where you're going to go and how to get there, you won't get there.
Yeah, John, you've been talking a lot about
all
the things that go into designing and building a rocket that can do all the things that we've been doing. Flying to orbit,
这应该是他们出发前的合影，确实看到。所以不是在组装的时候可能见面，而是在他们出发前。
We didn't do this by ourselves. We worked very closely with NASA, and we've learned so much from them. We wouldn't be here today without the support of NASA and the knowledge that they have. Can you talk a little bit about particular things that NASA has brought to the team?
Yeah, that NASA partnership goes way back. I joined SpaceX 2006, right when we were competing for what was called the COTS Space Act Agreement, the Commercial Orbital Transportation Service, where NASA said, hey, we can't pay companies to develop systems from scratch, but we can give you essentially some seed money. So they had a competition. SpaceX was one of the winners. Elon put a lot of his money in. But working with NASA on the early Falcon 9 and the Dragon, we learned things like, what are some of the best practices? A lot of our engineers would pull off of the NASA tech library, how do you do hold down systems or quick disconnect systems? What's worked in the past? So we essentially got to leverage that, all those lessons learned from decades by NASA. And then we learned things like, okay, we're going to send cargo to the space station. What does it mean to physically touch the space station? What are the requirements? Then how do you verify them to NASA? It's like somebody wants to bring a big truck into your garage and you know that your garage door is only so high. You're not just going to let them drive in. You're going to go measure that before it happens.
Yeah.
So we went from that. We took astronauts to the space station. Each step of the way, NASA's been helping us understand what it means to get into space. What are some of those requirements that we've leveraged to make spaceflight here today?
It is super exciting. Again, we've been learning a lot from NASA throughout the years. Kate has a very special guest interview. Kate, I'll throw it to you.
Thanks, Andy. Joining us now from Cape Canaveral is none other than Charlie Bolden, former NASA astronaut and administrator. Welcome.
Kate, it's great to be with you, and I was enjoying listening to the story, and I think you all are being somewhat modest. We learned quite a bit from SpaceX as we began to partner also.
Thank you so much for that. Now, Charlie, like you mentioned, you were a NASA astronaut that then became the NASA administrator, and that happened at a pivotal time both in the history of NASA and commercial space. Were either one of those roles something that you dreamed of doing as a kid?
No, as a matter of fact, I tell kids all the time, I never dreamed of being an astronaut because I grew up in the segregated South, and that was just not, it was not something that was going to happen. I had no desire to fly airplanes. I thought flying was inherently dangerous, and, but at the age of 12 and 7,
他很诚实啊，他问他有没有小时候有成为宇航员的梦想，直接说没有。他觉得当时的现实条件来说的话，出生条件不可能，然后他个人也觉得飞行很危险。
Which led to my going to flight school, which led to my going to test pilot school, which led to my meeting the late, great Dr. Ron McNair, who was in the first group of space shuttle astronauts selected. And he's the guy that embarrassed me into applying for the space program. So I kind of fell into it. I don't recommend that my example, though.
Well, it sounds like
他是有点被浪潮给推进来的感觉，不是自己要立志进来。
And speaking of journeys, we talked a little bit earlier about the history of Pad 39A, which we see over your shoulder there in the distance. How does space travel look different from the days when you were an astronaut compared to the last 10 years or so?
You know, Kate, I think it's dramatically different. I mean, the techniques, the orbital mechanics, everything, all the laws and everything are the same. But it's the face of space flight today that is dramatically different. I'm so excited to be here this evening for this launch because, you know, I was telling somebody earlier today, just the thought of having an all-commercial crew, a crew of non-professional astronauts lift off from the same launch pad where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin left before they stepped on the moon is just flabbergasting. It's sort of it's the complete cycle of a tale to get us from where it was nothing but government to where now we can actually have an all-civilian, all-commercial flight.
说一下这感觉一历史以从整个行业都是国家队到了一个没有任何国家干预的一个航天环境，在航天项目。
On today's mission, imagine if you were part of the Inspiration 4 crew. What 2 or 3 personal items would you want to take with you?
好问题。就刚才我们看到他们携带私人物品，我问他如果是他的话，他会带什么
？Crew members talk about what they took, and on each of my flights, my very first flight, as a matter of fact, since I didn't know whether there would be any more, I took a ring that had belonged to my mother. I actually wore a pearl cross that she had worn since she was a child because it meant a lot to her. And I took very personal items also. If I were to go today, I now have a 12-week-old grandson, so I would have to take something that belongs to him, young Walker Elias, and I have 3. I'm blessed with 3 beautiful granddaughters. So my guess would be that at least 4 of those items would be from the 4 grandkids today.
他当时第一次飞行的时候是带了一个他母亲的戒指和十字架，现在呢有3个孙女嘛，所以他估计现在的话可能会带他们的东西。
You know, Kate, I am firmly convinced that by the time Walker, who's the baby now, the 12-week-old, by the time he gets ready to go to space, we're going to be talking about. I mean, going to the moon will be. Routine is not a word I like to use, so let's not do that. But it will be a place where we go with some frequency, and we'll be venturing off to Mars also. So I think there's a very good chance that probably Walker and maybe my baby granddaughter Talia will have an opportunity to be among the first people to actually set foot on Mars. So I'm very hopeful that they will end up doing that. And if they decide that they don't want to go to space, they don't want to fly, we're big proponents of, you know, Sian is actually really pushing the arts. I really agree with what she says. Arts and design are key aspects of what's required for us to even get people to space. And they are 2 areas that we should not overlook as we talk about STEM education. But the arts and design are what gives us as an example, the wonderful spacesuits that the crew is wearing today. Some designer actually sat down and thought about that. You know, that's not aerodynamic. That's actually a little arts and design there. So I think the world is the oyster for my grandchildren, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You add the A into STEM and you get STEAM, right? Now, years ago at
exactly right.
Years ago at a joint SpaceX NASA launch, you gave observers some really great advice.
现在看的是刚进来的时候，现在看的是 Inspiration 4啊，首次全平民的全平民的商业航太空航轨道航天任务。怎么卡这么厉害？ 现在看的是 NASA 局长，现任 NASA 局长的一个访谈。
You know, believe it or not, I sent Jared a text a few days ago, and I had an opportunity to just
刚进来的可以补一下，可以看一下刚才发生了什么事。翻一下推，其实就能看到很多内容。出发前4个人和老马的合影，上车。 到发射架下的合影，出发前的最后一顿饭，看他吃什么，好简单。
And that was a view that only people who had gone to the moon had before, and we've not had any views like that since.
出发前，而不是上电梯前。
They are going to be in a unique position looking at this planet from almost 600 kilometers, and it's breathtakingly different from looking on board the International Space Station.
这是他们换衣间的视频，看这个感觉是比 NASA 的那个房子更简洁啊，性冷淡风嘛，或者说更科幻、更有未来感，很像是 NASA SpaceX 的风格。这个装修超干净，感觉有点过分。
They can tell stories about it to their children and grandchildren and to every kid they meet when they come back, because that's actually the most important role for an astronaut is to become storytellers and help people understand why it's important to take care of our planet and why we're running out of time and we've got to be better stewards of the planet. So I'm excited for them to have this opportunity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As the mission name indicates, one of the primary functions of this mission is to inspire others. So you hit the nail on the head there for sure.
Exactly.
Charlie Bolden, former NASA administrator and NASA astronaut, thank you so much for joining us today.
不好意思，我刚才说错了，他不是现任的局长，他是之前的局长。那是不好意思，怪不得从来没见过他。
And thank you, Charlie Bolden. That was an incredible interview and great.
也是宇航员背景，这个在车内的照片。
it's just so great. You know, teamwork really makes a dream work. So if you're just now joining us, you picked a great time as we are approximately T-minus 56 minutes and counting until launch. Welcome to the coverage for the mission known as Inspiration 4, the first all-civilian mission to space. Liftoff time is still holding for 8:02 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon.
那么发现1小时，这个应该是惯例的一个简报，尤其是天气。那么刚刚确认的就是所有的系统，包括是天气都是非常合作，非常顺利。现在的目标发射时间依然是8点02分。
In our brand new SpaceX suit-up room, and were then transported to the pad where our crew entered the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft.Which you've been seeing live.
我刚才回顾了，就是我们看到从推特几张照片，简单看一下他们出舱，不是出舱嘛，从出发进车进入空叉星的一个换装室，然后呢再是转移到39A 发射台，然后从手座电梯到达顶层进入舱内。他们是趁这个机会再重新介绍一下各位宇航员。这是船长，Jared Isaacman，也是这次大老板出资人，非常屌的一个人，16岁创立了一个公司Shift Forward， 然后成为了一个亿万富翁。04年开始，因为压力关系开始找兴趣，开始学习开飞机越开越牛逼开上瘾。飞机越开越厉害，多螺旋桨飞机到退役军机到现役军机，有很多的资格认证。09年的时候刷新了那个全球单人那个绕地球1周的最快飞行时间记录。后来又自己开了一家那个合作经营了一家为美国军方提供那个飞行员训练的公司，是真的。对飞行很热衷就他其实是有一个基本上和一个空军飞行员相当的资历的，他对他来说成为宇航员真的是顺理成章的事情。他本人也是非常有冒险精神，去南极玩，去各种高山爬山都是干过的。这是真的，他在那个参加那个特技飞行员的一段经历，明明是已经亿万富翁了，去玩个兴趣，结果玩成了就特技飞行员，特技飞行的级别，很夸张。然后他是等于是整个项目的发起人或者说牵头人嘛，也是因为他的缘故嘛，他觉得不光要他既然要成为这个第一的话，那要他要成为一个路标，要把整个事情做得更有意义。所以这次发生的也是会有对那个 St Jude 这家儿童医疗研究机构的一个募捐，他目标是要募捐2亿美元，他自己捐了1亿美元，这是他希望赋予这个任务的一个意义之一吧。他个人采访的时候也说过很多次就说他觉得做这个第一的话是有一定的责任感的，所以说他要把各种事情尽量做好。他是一个很有领袖气质的人，你可以看，你说是既很狂气，但其实又很地道的感觉，给人没有不舒服的感觉。你说他作秀嘛，也可以说他作秀，但完全不给人有不舒服的感觉。那他这次呢，任务的名字叫 Inspiration 4嘛，说灵感4或者说激励4，他是讨论之后建立了4个核心理念嘛。他自己代表的是领袖力嘛，而这里的第2位呢，这里是所谓的希望，就是这是在那个Hayley Arceneaux，他这飞行当中呢是作为一个医疗官的一个任务他是因为他的背景经历被选中的，他的经历真的非常很励志吧。他就是这家被募捐的医院的当时的一个患者，他10岁的时候被诊断出一个有左腿的骨癌。在那里进行了实验性的治疗，包括很强度很高的12轮化疗，和最后呢移除了那个膝盖和左腿那个大腿部分骨骼，然后换成了那个替代材料，人工材料。当时才10岁然后成为了一个幸运的成为了癌症存活者，并且呢现在成为了一个医疗工作人员，在那所医院呢，当时救了他那所医院担任了一个辅助助理医疗师，助理看护师。
I was a super active, super outgoing kid, involved in everything, and I actually had just gotten my black belt in Taekwondo.
真的是黑带，我没有听错。看，就是他当时是被诊断出有那个骨癌之前，10岁的时候， 就已拿到了黑段的证明，好屌，柔道黑段，所以是一个其实是个活动能力很强的孩子。结果是又有骨癌。照理来说的话，光是有就是有骨骼缺陷这一条的话，应该是就直接剔除他对传统宇航员的资格。所以这也是这种任务不一样的地方。
Going to be so incredible. Can't even put into words. What I'm absolutely most excited about is we're going to call the St. Jude patients from space.
你想象一下，作为他的一个患者是这样的一个，因为他们这个任务之一就是要启发人和激励别人嘛。作为他的患者，对那些小孩子身患癌症的小孩子，你可以看到一个以前患了癌症的，现在活得活蹦乱跳，甚至要上太空的那么一个医师，你不觉得会很有？确实能够给人带来力量和希望，所以真的是一个很好的选择。就是大家逐步了解一下每个人的故事，确实还是很不错的。有网飞其实全程跟拍做了纪录片，大家有兴趣的可以看一下，应该是会非常好的一个纪录片。我看了1集多。
Christopher Sembroski of Seattle, Washington is
那么这位呢是捡了狗屎运的，他们有一个座位就是代表慷慨的座位呢是通过募捐并且抽奖来选的。那么他当时呢是看了超级碗的广告，然后捐了50块钱参与了抽奖，而且没有抽中。然后结果是主要是他朋友抽中了，然后转赠给他的，很开心。主要他的背景确实跟航天蛮接近的，他之前是退役的那个，他在空军服役过，然后呢，他现役呢是在那个 Lockheed Martin， 就是马丁。刚是燃料加注一份投票开始，那他是在马丁公司，也就是航空制造业公司航天制造业公司当中担任数据工程师。所以他其实是业界的人，虽然跟宇航员不一样，但他确实背景是蛮贴合的。
When I found out I was going
所以说是呢，他朋友把那个资格送给他了。
I think I was just struck dumb for days.
这是就是网飞的片段之一。
For me to fall in love with space when I was little and started launching rockets in my front yard with my dad. First of which is still probably stuck in a Florida pine tree somewhere.
我看到很近了，但没有听到声音。
When I first saw a space shuttle launch in person from the causeway, 6 to 8 miles away, you could still feel that rumble pounding through your chest. That kind of just shifted my foundation a little bit. And I knew from there on out, I had to be somehow a part of space, whether it was helping support a mission or lobbying for folks to be able to go into space. That's where I wanted to be. Of course, I'm going to be looking down at my home in Western Washington. I'm also looking to see what I don't see, and that's going to be lines on a map. Those walls that seem to separate all of us ideologically or politically or even geographically or physically, those don't exist.
其实他当时拿到资格的时候很好玩的，他直接对着镜那个视频通话的时候对着镜头待了好几秒钟，就完全僵住了。一个是不敢置信，还有一个是他其实有点犹豫的，因为他是有老婆孩子，他是觉得还是要考虑一下。结果家人还是很支持。
As we get to launch day, I am gonna have the biggest smile going ear to ear. It's gonna be, yeah, I'm gonna be shaking with excitement. No fears or jitters at all about what's going to happen, but man, that's gonna be a heck of a show.
那他担任的是一个任务专家。你看到他坐在那个最右排。
Jared reserved the fourth seat for someone who exemplified the entrepreneurial spirit.
那么最后一个座位呢，是通过网络竞选选出来的。当时应该是所有参加竞选的人都会给自己拍一个介绍短片，说自己为什么能够应该选他。其实我当时那个竞选的时候，我其实蛮站队那个 Mark Rober 的，就那个油管的大神嘛，做很多有意思的视频，前 NASA 工程师。但是这位确实背景资历更高。那么他是，你看你是跟 Doctor 嘛，他是一个有博士学位的，教学的博士学位，他是在社区大学做一个地理教授。 算是一个很活跃的教育工作者吧，也经常在航天和天文相关的教育活动当中很活跃。但最重要的一点是，他在2009年的时候 ，NASA 竞选那个教育界的一个宇航员资格的时候，他参加了那个竞选，并且坚持到了最后一轮，结果不幸的没有被选中，所以他是最后一轮被刷掉的。经历了层层选拔和学习和很多训练之后，就差一步。然后他这次被选中了，但是圆他当时的梦想。所以他资历确实非常充分。他当时宇航员竞选的时候，到了最后一轮，就真的是差一步。其实就是不了解这个任务的人，当时一看啊，黑人女性就直接把他符号打上去。但他的资历确实非常硬，就真的你可以说他黑人女性的这个有加分项，这个不否认对吧？但是他的资历真的是非常过硬的。就我当时是非常想支持 Mark Rover， 但平心而论，他确实比 Mark Rover 要强一点。那么他担任的是飞行员的职位。那么这里也提一下，他这次会成为历史上第4位那个黑人女性的美国宇航员。刚才提到那个小妹子啊，就是Hayley Arceneaux， 她其实也会成为美国历史上最年轻的宇航员，以及第一个带有假肢部件的一个上太空的人。
We're waiting for the launch director to give instructions to the team.
The team is ready for crew access arm, propellant load, and launch.
Okay, good.
For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD, and they'll approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
There you've heard the instructions and a great view from the camera on the fixed service.
是我掉线，怪不得一直嘉宾的声音没有。
SpaceX team has been pulled. 7 operators on Falcon 9 in firing room 4 at Kennedy Space Center.
不好意思，刚才是我掉线了。刚才断网的时候掉线了，我一看上去蛮正常，真不好意思，怪不得。不好意思，千雪，真是欢迎进来，欢迎进来。刚才是那个发射指挥确认那个人类加速投票通过了。
And then at T-minus 35 minutes, begin propellant load of the
然后也做了一个通报。
太早了。
你刚起来吗？
对，现在
Sharing in the background here at
7点20。
是。
你刚刚说睡1个小时，你睡得比1个小时多啊，感觉。
没办法，因为刚才我这个其实是做梦的，把自己弄醒了。
早晨7点19分还在做梦呢。
没有，他刚刚6点多的时候，他刚刚说他做噩梦梦到错过了，就醒了。
哦，
吓醒！我有过这种时候，有时候像考试啊或者赶车的时候，出门什么的时候，就是做梦到哎呀错过了，然后被吓醒。确实有这种时候。
Arm continuing to move away.
耶，视频卡了吗
？Once it's in position, we ought to hear the instructions to the crew to
没有，在那个直播那边好像。
And then arm the escape system on the Dragon spacecraft.
我这好像没卡。
那没事，那就是我的另外一台电脑的问题啊，可以，没事。旧电脑的信号问题可能是。
The countdown clock is continuing to tick, and we are now at T-minus 42 minutes.
对，现在剑条在后车当中。
还有多长时间要发射？我觉得最多半小时吧。
这不是有倒计时
？42
分钟。
还有多
？42分钟。
哦 ，OK， 哦，我看到了。
他刚刚是那个吗？
微博上面看到有一个好搞笑，就是有人总结的这个廊桥上面缺一个会分一个好。
你知道总结什么？千雪，你的声音有点小。
之前看的有人说这个剑桥上面总结的里面差一个会分一个标志，就是机场那个廊桥上那个标志。
那个，你刚刚看到那个新的签名墙的一个空叉标志是吧？
就是有人总觉得这个廊桥很有机场的这样的一个即视感。
哦，对。
哇，廊桥已经撤走了。
对，肯定是的。他是这样的嘛，他投票决定要加注燃料之后呢，先把剑桥撤走之后才可以加燃料。刚那个通报时候也是说嘛，如果说有紧急情况，如果有紧急情况的话，各部门任何一个部门都可以叫停。好，那么你看，所有的宇航员都把头盔戴下来了，那么宇航服要加压，接下来就要开始燃料加注。因为这样的嘛，你不加燃料和氧化剂的话，火箭是非常安全的一个东西嘛。但加了就是另外一回事了，他们就开始准备紧急情况了。他们应该会先先启动龙飞船的那个紧急逃逸装置，然后开始加注燃料。
其实 SpaceX 这个做法也可以算打破常规吧。毕竟一开始很多人都觉得是在宇航员选不上船之前才加注好是安全的，结果现在也能接受宇航员上船后才开始加注。
对，先上舰再加注燃料。也算明显。其实我不知道这里的取舍是怎么样的，是先加好燃料再上去安全的，还是再不好说。我觉得可能是因为可以减少宇航员在火箭上待的时间，所以觉得先加会更安全一点。反正现在是接受了 SpaceX 这个流程。不行，不然不行。他们这个火箭设计是燃料不能在内部保留很久的，主要是氧化剂嘛。
像 SES-10的时候就出过这种问题。
SN-10吗？
SES-10发射，我觉得是因为也是好像是有船闯入它的这个 ready safety， 然后导致它第一次发射 abort， 然后放了一会儿，第二次发射的时候，因为这个氧化剂非常太厉害了，所以又 abort。
早期是这个。他们刚才在欢呼什么呀？没注意听。他们刚才欢呼了某个节点。
The Draco engines that are on the Dragon that help in orbit maneuvers, those produce about 90 pounds of force in the vacuum space. A Super Draco engine produces 15,000 pounds of force. And so altogether, it produces over 120,000 pounds of force, and that is what is needed in case of an emergency to accelerate the Dragon capsule and crew away from any type of emergency.
这也能欢呼成这个样子？那大伙儿是不是燃料开始加注要欢呼？各种事情都要欢呼一下。观众也是被打了鸡血那边。
So we are not expecting to use them today, but we do take safety very seriously.
哦，对哦，哎，这个你要想，当地待会儿是38分钟以后，应该是当地时间刚入夜吧。
And like Jesse mentioned before, it's the first
照片岂不是会很赞
？And provides an escape capability for the crew all the way to orbit.
Yes, so that launch escape system is currently armed. Once in orbit, we actually disarm that, and we'll be relying only on the Draco engines from there on out.
Yeah. Now, next up, we will be having prop load begin. And this is basically
那应该很快就要开始燃料和液氧加注了。燃料加注应该是发射前35分钟正式开始。
And rocket grade kerosene, also known as RP1.
它和一般的任务相比的话，投票要早一点。
Dragon is already
关于前天的时候，就是在星链发射的时候提到的那个有关于舰队的一些事情的话，而且这边可以稍微补充一下，因为一开始它一代龙飞船其实都是设计在太平洋上降落的，所以说 GoQuest 它本身设计的时候就没有包含这个龙飞船的回收任务。NRC Quest 其实可以看到它后面有个的就是专门用来容纳回收后的一代龙飞船。
哦，是这样的。所以 GoQuest 其实做得更早一点。
对 ，GoQuest 其实就只是作为一个完全的舰队支援船好的。
谢谢。那是之前讲错了一个，就是我是礼拜一直播的时候讲错了，我以为 GoQuest 也可以进行龙飞船的回收嘛。 用潜水机纠正一下。
后来轮2是全部都改型了，在大西洋水才有了 Go Searcher 这样子。
所以 Go Quest 一开始因为只在大西洋这边服役，所以说是没有，他以前是觉得不会在这边飞是吧 ？OK， 有这么一个道理，了解了。哎，话说
西海岸其实也新增了一艘船，叫做 Alice， 相当于西海岸的 Go Quest。
也是专门做支援船是吧 ？OK。
不过这一次的话，这次 Inspiration 4最新的那艘 Dog 也是出海，估计应该是作为一个测试用的。
作为一个什么用？
应该是出去跟着测试，再加上对整个回收任务进行一个支援，因为龙飞船也没有整流罩嘛。
也是，对，可以减少一些服务团队。服务团队应该少了，他们应该是有寻找和救援团队、救援队团队这种应该会比较多，可能是在任务。是我记得他们那个所谓就是说是在海面上搜寻队应该是叫，忘记了，有2艘很小的船只是在海面搜寻用的，忘记了，不管。
So you can hear the voices in the background here that are getting a little louder. The excitement in the building here.
就是反正目前来说，就是因为 Gator 跟上要说上有载人龙的时候，就一定要提前预备在海上的。
对，就是预备有紧急情况，如果要逃逸的话，那么就说那种相应的区域会有人待在那里，以备有回收之需，对吧？
然后这回就是 Dog 和GRTI 是在一起的。
Dog 已经在外面了嘛 ？Dog 指的是一个他们现在新的一个回收船。
回收船吗？我这次出去肯定就是测试去了。
现在只测试吗？
龙飞船不可能说是有整流罩什么东西的。
但那个新的 Bob 和 Dog 应该是可以2用啊，很大呀，
都可以用。
我可能还没完成测试，还没有投入使用。
这是 Dog 出去估计就是顺带测试一下。
还不是正式服役，无所谓。反正我不知道这背景的话，我跟千雪在聊，就说他们空差最近新增的一对回收船，在西岸的回收船是叫 Bob 和 Dog， 是他们自己设计和制作的一个专门的亲生的一个回收船队。以前的大部分船队都是其他公司承包的，这次是真的属于空差的一对船，这名字也叫的很有空差的感觉，是他们 Demo 1、Demo 2的一个宇航员 Bob。和 Dog 的名字。
They trained not only at SpaceX, but they also did a few other trainings, centrifuge training. They flew
现在好像又这是你刚开始看不知道，这一段已经放第3遍了，在回顾他们的当时训练过程。就是他们通过空差的训练之后，他们自己还做了一些其他的业余训练，就是 Jared 带他们去体验飞行和高机的，就特技飞行当中的高机力，这里是零重力的一体验，还有一个作为团队联络的一个登山活动。
Yes, I think during the docu-series, it was almost a whiteout condition, but they kept trekking along. It was almost 10 hours of hiking, 4,000 plus feet elevation, one of the serious hikes that you can do.
是比较正儿八经的爬山，是 4,000 feet 是4000英尺高的一个高山呢，是8小时的爬山，然后在山顶度过3天。这张照片就是你当时发给我的，我当时还没反应过来。
对，就是这一张。
对，这就是当时天雪跟我说的
那个黑色痕迹。
对，当时天雪跟我发的这张图。你说？
当时我和那个另外一个有一直在分析，就是背后到底是哪一个？
对，是你们分析出来的吗？这么屌？
对的，因为当时就是看背后的那个飞船的痕迹，然后当时我是他是猜是6162当中的其中一枚可能性，其他的要么是有预定，要么太老了。
然后最后确定锁定了62。
然后他看了一下，发现 就他发了一张62的图，结果他们就是发现62这当中的灰尘痕迹跟图中一样。
太屌了，
能力确认了，
真的是太屌了。反正就背景上来讲呢，就是当时在猜这枚火箭，这次发射会用哪枚火箭嘛，然后他们留出了这张他们在火箭上签名的图嘛，然后他们就签名他们说嘛，在群里面对比那么灰尘的那种纹理的痕迹啊，就是对比出来，然后发现的是1062这枚灰尘，在任何有人确切消息之前，他们就猜到了是这枚仪器。真的很厉害！当时你发给我这张图的时候，我还要背景是个黑板什么的，我完全没反应，过了几天才反应过来。我当时都没看明白，都没反应过来后面是火箭。这是他们训练的 vlog， 刚才你看过去，哎，你看。
我刚才说到有整流罩的话。就是之前有人翻了一下文件，发现这个猎鹰重型的那个长整流罩有可能是要用火攻来进行分离，也是有可能用包萨罗翻。
你说它的长整流罩？
对，就是它那个长整流罩需要用火攻。
对啊，
是太大了，机械分离可能力道有点不太够。
哦，这样的吗？啊，这也算有意思。那有点遗憾，那样的话，这种大整流罩如果是用爆破的话，可能回收会比较难吧。那倒是看吧。主要是这个东西他们 SpaceX 自己加工不了，很烦。
很有意思一点就是看流出来的文件宣称那个长整流罩也会是 SpaceX 自己去做，因为之前一直有说法说是要有其他的公司给他做。现在来看，好像还是 SpaceX。
等一下，自己做吗？你刚刚说的是？
对，目前能得到的文件是都是 SpaceX。
他们要自己做啊？这个是下血本。不过这一项 SpaceX 的风格，外包确实不是他们的风格。还是要下了一点血本。你知道吗？他们刚才也在提嘛，就是他们在那个离开前和回来之后都会采集皮肤的样本。他们这4个人就是都是人体样本。Jared 还很搞笑的，他刚才很委婉的说一句，他因为
这次 Inspiration 4的任务呢，之前不是出来了一个这一图，就是说他们飞得比 ISS 还要高嘛？
对。
然后有人就特缺德的加了一个那个杰夫贝佐斯的亚轨道，
嘲讽。对，刚刚说杰瑞他在那个 vlog 里面说一句很好玩的话，他说，到目前为止，他为科学事业贡献了各种各样的液体。太屌。
One of the cool things about this mission is that all biomedical data collected during the mission, things like heart rhythm and rate, blood oxygen saturation, among other things, will be accessible for research.
还是有点胡安的声音。
SpaceX and the Inspiration 4 crew are partnering with
你估计要离麦克近一点说话，有可能啊。
To collect data and biological samples from the crew before, during, and after this historic space flight. Part of NASA's Human Research Program is a virtual institute that finds and funds disruptive science and medical technology.
这次 Inspiration 4用的是那么所以它是会有新的船，还是会等这个坚韧号回来之后重新换新一再上路
？They're not really sunglasses, but it was an experiment.
你说之后再用什么船吗？这之后的商业旅行吗？不知道，真的不知道。
就是今年10月份的
Crew 3嘛 ，Crew 3的船现在肯定准备好了吧？不可能没准备好吧？我猜是用新的。我觉得只能用新的吧，应该没有其他选项吧，对吧？它的翻修时间还蛮长的，我觉得，我记得。
今天这次发射之后 ，SpaceX 的太空系的飞船都可以比某有伤在场地的飞船还多了。
是。
in your body being concentrated towards your feet, they kind of
Crew 它一开始挪位子就是为了给投影的第二次验证发射做准备嘛，结果谁想到又割了。
ultrasound reader, which they just plug right into an iPad to do readings live inside Crew Dragon of their eyeballs while they're in space for 3 days.
So cool to see.
Yeah.
In addition to all the awesome science going up on today's mission, the Inspiration 4 team is also using this mission to bring awareness and help fundraise for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. The Children's Research Hospital opened in Memphis, Tennessee in 1962, and ever since has been committed to finding cures for kids with cancer and other life-threatening diseases, regardless of their socioeconomic status, race, belief, or ethnicity. St. Jude has invented treatments that help push overall childhood cancer far away. 20% to more than 80% in the United States. In developing countries, that number is unfortunately not that high, with fewer than 1 in 5 children with cancer surviving. St. Jude has a bold mission to change that.
这个年头就已经有 Crew 2的分级号了，
对 Crew 2和一个货运飞船，对，3个。
然后这回先任号等上去的话，
你可能是没有把他们挂在那个主播后面那个龙飞船算进去，不过那确实不是仓库。
But we still have ways to go.
我们可以看一下他们现在捐款。
You'll notice that there's a donation button where you
看一下他们现在捐了多少。数字还没动过，是不是我要刷新一下才会数字变？刷新一下。
To do so, go ahead and click the donate button and give what you can to help save a child's life.
Beyond the good, this mission will do for
你那边如果刷新一下的话，看他们现在的募捐金额是多少了。
It's the debut of the new Dragon Cupola. I think we have some footages here of the cupola. It is going to be the largest continuous window in space ever by a factor of 2 and has over 2,000 square inches of viewing area.
他们现在讲的是这次的龙飞船最大的改动，因为他们不用跟国际空间站对接嘛，所以他们加了这个
大玻璃窗，
对，大玻璃圆窗、观景窗。好爽啊！感觉。
之前我忘了是谁说这玩意儿之前来源一直宣称他们的那个学校是飞往太空的最大的窗户嘛，结果就是
就是要把它比下去。这个确实比较爽啊，这个是360度的嘛。
But this cupola is brand new to this capsule, brand new to SpaceX. We're debuting it on this mission, and it is there's a view of it there in an anechoic chamber. And
双层估计中间还是抽真空的。
Incredible that we're basically gonna have 360 views of space from the forward hatch there of the Crew Dragon capsule. And this is an animation showing how its position in Crew Dragon is a little different. So Crew Dragon used to dock autonomously, or does dock autonomously to the International Space Station. That port area underneath the nose cone, and that pad was removed, and for this mission is now replaced by the cupola, as we just saw. So super cool new piece of hardware that I'm so stoked to see on here.
出个声吧。
As we await T0 in about 23 minutes,
这个 ID 是谁？这个 ID 是炫火吧？
Are doing a series of system checks to make sure both Dragon and
终于了，你是刚起床吗？
Let's take a look at what the ascent portion of the mission will look like.
对，我刚刚看到你有点赞，我就知道你可能起床。前面都看了吗？
有吃早饭，我起来之后就直接。
我是备好了食物，一切准备就去蹲在这了。我开始的时候就准备了好几个布丁、面包、饮料和水果。我水果已经吃完了。专业。
这次看起来应该不至于出现5小时的麻烦。
不至于，这次天气应该是说很好嘛。天气也是在佛罗里达稍有的好。
First is MECO or main engine cutoff. This
is where all engine
shut off
in preparation for stage
到时候看完这个番应该很熟悉了。
Stage separation is where the first stage detaches from the second stage.
大家可以看，就是看这一级的中上部分已经开始冒白气了，白气缭绕，液氧已经开始加注，而且已经进行了一定比例了。
现在应该已经差不多一半了。
看上去是这么样子。我记得一级的液氧是加注到液氧都要加注到很后面。一级加注到发射前3分钟，对吧？它应该是发射前30分钟开始加注液氧的，忘了。在做介绍嘛，待会包括上升1、2级分离、2级点火和现在的在1级的再度点火和最终的降落和2级的飞行。他们又在欢呼什么
？Once this happens, we will wait for confirmation of a good
大概是燃料的加入吧。
90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will
什么燃料加注？燃料不加注早开始了。2级的燃料还没开始。
燃料或者氧化剂的加注。最近的可能是2级的。
2级还没开始啊，应该。2级应该是发射前17分钟、16分钟的时候开始加注燃料啊。
所以说实在是不太清楚刚刚在欢呼什么。
不知道。
4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage.
又在欢呼了，真不知道他们在欢呼什么，他们在看的什么东西，我们不知道的东西。这边主播在介绍发射流程，那背景里的人不知道在欢呼什么。这会是一个特征20分钟特征排气啊，这应该是2级开始加注的一个特征吧。
We've just heard it. T-minus 20 minutes, 5 seconds counting. Stage 2 fuel load is complete.
2级燃料加注完成。
1级的燃料加注完成 ，OK。
Been a wonderful day for
好早，
today's inspiration.
燃料加注完成确实比较早。
The first civilian mission to space.
它其实20分钟这个排气，我一直还不明白是个为什么要有这么一个2级，就是2级开始加注的时候一个特征的排气，道理我不是很清楚。哇天哪！我感觉他们背景现场人并不多，但积雪情绪很激昂。
毕竟是载人任务嘛，
确实。 这个历史意义确实还是很厉害的。
I've heard, are you a Star Wars guy? Are you a Star Trek guy?
等一下 ，Star Wars 和 Star Trek 不一样对吧？对，哪个叫哪个来着
？No question, it's Star Wars. Like I'm a Star Wars fan, for sure.
Star Wars 和 Star Trek 分别是叫什么？星球大战和 Star Trek 应该叫什么来着？中文的话？
I don't know if anyone else.
我看一下，毕竟我对这方面也不是特别熟。
这个在星际迷航吗？是叫哦。
I think Jared is Star Wars.
我是2个都不站派。
Sian is Star Wars. Chris is the wild card.
他们是站。
就之前我在知乎上看到一个讲星际迷航种族的，就怎么说非常离谱，那个种族数量非常多。
都是这2个的深度都很高啊，感觉是，我觉得是进不去这个话题。在北美很厉害，你看他们在讨论的感觉像是讨论你是狗派还是猫派一样的感觉。
毕竟这些作品在他们那边其实就和我们中国这边三体的地位差不多。
比三体要厉害。对，这个我觉得更像是这种传统的东西，像《西游记》这种程度的。
Okay. They don't know they're wrong. Like that just they'll learn that over time. Like.
但说类型上三体更接近，但我觉得影响力可能要比三体要大得多。
所以说，其实我也不怎么看三体，就是，毕竟实在是触不到我的点。
三体我看是看了，但就我把小说看完，其实我不是很喜欢。我很不喜欢大刘对人性和社会学方面的解读，但这是个人观点。 他想象力还是蛮屌的，真是屌。
Shortly after that, we will raise Dragon's orbit to 575 kilometers in a circular orbit, higher than the space station, higher than the space telescope. For 3 days, a series
最后你知道他们在那个进舱之前，他们在剑桥上面新增了一个签名的地方，搞了一个 SpaceX 的标志，他们在 SpaceX 标志边上签字。
这些未来 SpaceX 自己单独负责的太空旅游任务只会是更多。
那个这次着装是也是他们
我不知道 XM1 这种需要对接中间站的旅游项目是在哪个上面选择。之后他们也有要对接中间站的旅游项目。
对，那个估计要和 NASA 合作吗？我反正有自己的完整一套设施，还是蛮好。刚说是每天15圈吗？差不多吧，记得是90分钟一圈，575公里的话。
That was called for stage 2 liquid oxygen loading. You can start to see some white clouds around Falcon 9. That is normal and expected for us at this stage in the countdown. We are topping off that super chilled liquid oxygen, and when it reaches the warmer ambient air temperatures of Florida, it starts to condense and form those clouds that you see.
Now, if you notice that the second stage there is a slightly whiter shade than the first stage, that's because the first stage has been reused twice before. It previously supported the GPS 3.4 and GPS 3.5 missions back in 2020.
说起来，今天 Netflix 也在播这个。
是直播吗？
是直播。
毕竟它也是一路更快嘛。
你们有网飞会员吗？
不用网飞会，那个是免费的直播，就在 Netflix 的油管频道上。
还行。那他们纪录片呢？纪录片是要钱的吧？要会员吗？
纪录片我不太喜欢看。
我看了1集半，还是蛮有意思，有好多啊，好长。他看了4集纪录片，在评论区选了显摆的呢，掌握了很多资讯。
And we started covering the action at T-4 hours with the crew walking out of Hangar X. They made their way over to the Falcon building where they got suited up.
我也跟你们总结一下，反正一开始的时候他们是和以前不一样的一点是，他们出发的地点是放109号的仓库，然后是着装楼的话是和以前不一样，以前是阿姆斯特朗综合楼嘛，他们是现在是空他自己的一个着装建筑。然后你可以看一下当时那个照片，就内部装潢非常新人的，非常很干净。然后其他就特别不一样的地方好像不大有，还有就最后的签名是他们自己的标志。
So fast that they won't fall back to Earth until we tell Dragon to do so, and they're going to be going up to a height of 575 kilometers.
Yep, and at those speeds and at those altitudes, they're going to be doing a ton of
你们没有看纪录片，你们知不知道？就是空叉向他们开始提出的方案是飞420公里的，好像是 Jared 他的坚持和他们探讨之后，决定是再把它拔高到那个575公里。这个是不是有点猛？
这些也是飞得越高兴飞越好。
会有吗？就地球看上去小一点嘛。
100多千米应该好，
应该没什么大区别。照我想。
不过肯定还是会有一定的改善。
他本人说法是说的很有说服力，他说是因为他们最终是要去火星的嘛，所以整个过程中肯定是充满了各种就是要一小步也不或一小步要大步的迈进的嘛，所以他们这样做这么一件事情，他有人就说，即使是一小步也应该要迈出去，所以他们要承担这个额外的风险，去把高度拔高到575公里。
其实我之前听说是500千米的时候，我还以为是太阳同步轨道，结果后来看了一下倾角，就是常规的国际空间站那个倾角，51度。
那个倾角是比较适合这个纬度啊。它也不是，可能是因为是它的飞行路线可能是这样的话少绕一点弯，对吧？它沿岸飞吧。
我觉得可能还是考虑到了这个什么吧，就是运力。然后除了运力以外，还有就是，我怀疑可能如果卡角往南打的话，那个海上回收，海上回收那个可能没办法回收，就那个距离不够。因为如果你要打像载人龙飞船这么大的，可能它那个海上回收的距离要更远一点。然后之前打那个什么transporter 的任务的时候，就其实已经是比较极限了那个距离。再往南，它就到古巴了。
等等，这是往南打还是往北打的？我以为是往北打的。
不是，我是说从卡角打太阳同步的话，从卡角打极轨的话，肯定是往南打。但是这个51度肯定不知道。
对，我估计51度是这个道理啊，就说，因为它是就是载人的时候，它要保证几个可能的迫降区嘛，那几个迫降区都必须离海岸比较近，所以可能是这一点把它的倾角给限制住了。你觉得呢？
也有可能，也有可能。
我未来在卡角听说也会有新的这种无意义版的系列发射，到时候就看他们怎么弄回收了。
载人的回收和货物的还是有点不一样的嘛，货物它的要求的落区要多一点。这方面可能有讲究。那对他们来说什么？就是从他们任务性质上讲，
训练也是要往西轨走，
是吧？
到时候他们怎么安排这个
？We'll hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we get close to 0 and a liftoff. Now, next major event coming up right now, T-minus 10 minutes, as I said. Dragon will get its final instructions.
终于到快了，我是等了，我已经看了4个小时。
We'll also do a final series of
中间离开了半个多小时。
Against a preset limits, make sure that all systems are go, and then we'll be moving from there into
每日宇航员在现场啊。
chilling into the engines to get ready for engine ignition.
我翻译了一下每日宇航员的那个
他的直播是吧？那估计是。那昨天的那个问答环节，他是最后一个提问的，你知道吗？
毕竟每日宇航员在那个纪录片里面都有上镜。
是吗？他的名声真是超厉害，爱好者做到他这个份上真是了不起。
那个纪录片在 B 站上面还有，就是讲 Demo 2那些任务。其中有个镜头出现了，
讲什么任务？出处吗？
就 Demo 2的那个纪录片。
Demo 2啊。
Good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
空叉方面祝福宇航员。
这是 SpaceX 这个播音，就一直都是各种很像商业航空公司的那种播音。
刚才那个声音，好吧，我是认不出来。我感觉几个主播的声音我都认得蛮熟的。我上次礼拜一那个视频发出来之后，还在教养，就是加斯卡怎么没有看到，今天就有了。
这个好像不管是在中国这边，还是在他们自己那边，都还蛮有人气的。
长得可爱吗？
之前看每日宇航员的直播间那边也是杰西卡提出来各种里面的各种评论叫对图吧。
我支持一下华裔的周优美。她确实还是稍微嫩了一点，从直播角度。将来说不定是也会很有人气，也不一定。
Engine chill is simply, as the name says, we chill down some of the hardware in the engine. We're actually going to flow a little bit of the super chilled, densified liquid oxygen through the turbo pumps and allow that hardware to
B 站买了那网飞这次的纪录片吗？
come down. This allows us to avoid any thermal shock to the hardware when the full flow of super chilled liquid oxygen occurs at startup.
毕竟网飞它也是有版权嘛，不那么好买的。
Dragon resilience with the Inspiration 4 crew strapped in their seats there at the top.
现在发射前7分钟，有一个引擎的那个一级引擎的预冷却吧。哦，对，下面有这个时间。
All civilian mission to orbit, and they are going to space in 7.5 minutes.
看一级的那个液氧，感觉加速都很接近完成了。看那个白色的部分已经越来越多了。 这评论在说啥？
天啊！
There's that crew.
哦，对，我还注意到一个细节，我不知道你们怎么想的，就是宇航员的脚是不是都是固定在座位上的，带子捆上的，对吧？
Sian Proctor, the pilot. Next to her to the
就我
right,
看
Commander Jared Isaacman.
只有一个宇航员是绑着，
Hayley
其他的好像
Arceneaux.
是吗？我看中间的2个好像都是绑着，然后我注意到的就是那个 Hayley 最左边那个，他的左腿一直在那边晃荡晃荡，好像没有绑上。我估计不知道这个是。
看的好像是只有中间的那个有绑带，其他的3个好像都没有。
这总不会有区别吧？好吧，不是很明白。那么刚才引擎预冷却啊，就是预先放出一小部分液氧，把那个1级的引擎外壳和管道先预冷却一下，待会儿否则点火之前的时候大量硬氧出来，一下子出来的话，有个热量剧烈变化，温度剧烈变化可以避免一下。那个什么2级的时候也会做一样的事情，就发射到应该是2分钟左右，发射后2分钟左右的时候，引擎会做一个预冷却，应该是。刚才是2级的推进剂加注完毕了吧？多了。1级刚1级加注完。我记得好像到这个时间点，应该2级的燃料也应该差不多加注完了。这是印象。
Yeah, that super chilled liquid oxygen coming
into contact
with the ambient Florida air, so creates these puffs of white clouds.
推进剂加完之后，继续等液氧加完。液氧是1级是发射前3分钟，2级是发射前2分钟加完。下一个时间点是发射前4分半的时候，应该是支架塔机械臂打开，然后是那个支架塔前后撤回。哦，还有发射前5分钟是应该是就是系统倒计时切到螺飞船内部啊。
Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count.
那确认播报就是
螺飞船最终配置完成。
Internal countdown。
提议准备货车。
对，提议乘车。哎，机械臂开了。还没开，快！只有轮回船下面这2个机械臂。
Strong back is lowering.
是4分钟吗？啊，我记错了，我以为是4分半。
打
开了，开了。
The strong back retraction is the next major event. In fact, the last physical event or modification.
然后 T1向后撤回大概3到4度的样子，进入一个发射预备姿态。
西海岸跟东海岸它的 T1还不太一样。
形状蛮不一样的，而且记得，
因为记得每日宇航员之前他曾经说，就是因为西海岸它是会往后退的多一点，然后就一直保持在它一直到它手不动了。然后东海岸会在发射时会有一个大幅往后倒的动作。所以说每日宇航员第一次看那个东海岸的大幅往后倒的动作，还以为是那个T1被吹坏了。
都会往后倒吧，只是倒的角度不一样。这个是倒回45度，T我记得东海岸那个是倒60度左右，对吧？我记得预先撤回角度好像也不一样，我记得。我当初我还蛮在意这个我好像记得是3、4度的样子，东海岸那个好像是撤回7度左右。我当时还蛮细节党，现在有点都忘掉。
那个往后倒的多一些。
对，东海反多一些。具体数字我当年还蛮在意这个的，现在不好啊，人变多了呀，我感觉人明显变多了。这个特别很大，声音很大。现在那边应该是都到下班时间了，哎，可能是放下手上的工作来看热闹。
As we are now under 2.5 minutes until the launch of the Inspiration 4 crew. That crew there can be seen on the right-hand side of your screen, buckled in and ready to go.
那么现在应该是液氧差不多加注完毕了。液氧加注完毕之后，那么会有一个特征的排气啊，就是把体里面多余的液氧排掉。如果给全景的话，差不多要有了。它会大量的排气从侧面。
Stage 2 lock load complete.
好，二级的液氧加注。
二级液氧完毕。
加注可以关闭。
And there's the call that stage 2 LOX load is
Dragon
complete.
is an auto idle.
Falcon is now fully loaded with all of its propellant.
Closeout will begin shortly. Expect loud venting.
Announcement to let the crew know that as we vent off various lines on the
它特意跟船员说，大会有很大的排气噪音。
Let the crew know that's planned. We're also right now draining the liquid oxygen out of the transporter reactor, draining the lines.
确实刚刚入夜啊，感觉这次肯定会有目光效应吧。图片肯定很赞。我勒个擦！
这个撒大炮。
Go for launch.
Go for launch.
发射指挥的放心确认都快听不到了。
Commander calling down. 30 seconds. Punch it, SpaceX.
20秒。
T-minus
15 seconds.
下。
走了走了。
Inspiration 4正式起飞。
起正常。
T plus 30 seconds.
囧叔也回来。那么下一个事件大概是50多秒的火箭到达超音速和之后到达最大动压点 Max Q。
刚才最右边那位就嘴长得好了。一级开始节流，准备应对 Max Q。
Throttling down in preparation for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. And then the flight.
一级超音速，
很快到达 Max Q。
Stage 1 throttle up.
就到达。
the period of maximum dynamic
一级
恢复全推力。
We're throttled back up, and 1 Bravo, the call out from space. That's one of the abort sequences. That is a nominal call. Everything continues to be good.
你刚才说是？哦，是Hayley，他现在嘴还张着。
Smooth ride for the crew.
毕竟也是第一次上太空嘛。
我嗨爆了。
我在最后一起尾焰
因为它的环境压强越来越低嘛，所以尾焰的扩散现象会变得越来越明显，温度也会低嘛，所以说火焰会变。天哪，这个声音！颜色也变淡了。
目前最大过载3个 G。
这个也有吗？
这个也是同飞船跟航天飞机差不多的最大的加速度。
要让人会看。
4 Gs, we're holding it there for the crew.
接近1级熄火时间。
Major event coming up will be main engine cutoff,
1级准备熄火。
stage separation. Looking at
镜头给到1、2级内部。
And then ignition of the second stage.
好，地面看一下。
一级关机。
And Miko. Stage separation.
分离确认。左边是一级看一下二级。
这个是阳光整在二级上面。
哦，对哦。二级是一、二级都处于阳光照射之下，这次绝对会有很好的照片。那么二级的点火也确认了。对，一、二级明显是属于阳光的照射之下的。
应该能有很好的照片。
非常好，肯定会很赞。
First stage booster there on the left
hand
side of your screen is making its way back down to Earth. The grid fins have popped out to assist with the steering. We'll be making a landing attempt on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which is parked out in holding position in the Atlantic Ocean.
那么接下来的主要是一级的回收和二级的点火持续到。
As Kate mentioned, left-hand side is a view from the top of our first stage looking down. That has already separated from the second stage, and it's making its way back to Earth.
每一次同时一级会降落在50秒左右的时候。
Is being tracked on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen is a view of our second stage.
那么主播也在填，现在呢，开始的时候左下是高度一级的高度速度表，那么右边又出现了二级的高度速度表，因为它们现在已经分别，所以有了各自的高度和速度表。那么现在一级应该还是处于在一个上升过程当中，随着它的惯性在上升。虽然它现在已经关机了，那么很快就要到达它最高点，并且重新调回来。
I'm pretty sure during first stage ascent, I saw Dr. Sian Proctor. I'm pretty sure I saw Dr. Sian Proctor give us 2 thumbs up. I'm sure she enjoyed this ride that she's been waiting for her entire life.
One notable thing too is we're getting some twilight views. The sun just set.
他们在提那个，也在提目光。
Where the light around the horizon is also reflecting off of very high altitude objects, such as the first and second stages.
Dragon SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Love to hear that call out. Trajectory nominal from the guidance engineer. Also notice we're.
这位评论在问什么照片？就提一下嘛，因为这是刚入夜的照片，就天空已经是黑暗的。
爬到最高点了。
OK， 开始往后掉了，速度开始往下增加了。就评论在问什么照片嘛，就说解释一下目光线，就是刚入夜，那么天空已经黑暗了，但是呢，火箭进入高空之后呢，会进入太阳的照射区域，所以不光火箭，尤其它喷出来的尾焰呢。会在阳光的折射下会显得非常明亮，会有非常绚丽的照片。就是火箭喷出的尾焰，尤其在一、二级分离，它一、二级分离的时候啊，那个阶段，二级开始喷的时候，地面看会它们喷出来气体在阳光之下会很明显、很明亮、很漂亮。你看一级现在时不时的喷一下，那个就是它的自带控制引擎嘛，喷出了冷淡气，这个也会在地面能被看到，在阳光之下，所以会有种鱼尾纹一样的感觉。
I'm just going to say, so far, everything looking great for the Inspiration 4 crew. Hearing that everything is proceeding nominally there with the second stage, which is what you see on the right-hand side.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
I was just going to say that MVAC engine we just heard now is looking nominal.
雪火，你有没有注意到这次的载入点火比平时要晚一点？看它的一、二级分离速度比一般时候要大一点。
About a minute left to go before the first stage performs its first burn.
高有关系吧？
它这是高度高一点，我感觉可能一级多推了一点。
And on your left-hand side, looking at the first stage,
也不对，就是按照它的预报网站上的预报，应该这会儿就已经是开始载入点火，但现在看起来120公里，所以说它其实是比平时的速度，一、二级分离的速度要高一点。
因为它这次好像是要打到。远地点是500千米的转移轨道上，
是要多打一点，对吧？
There's the crew on the right-hand side of your screen. I think I see some more thumbs up there. Dr. Proctor is
一般是降到大概60-70公里的时候开载入点火，所以还有一段时间。
Mission will be orbiting Earth for 3 days.
那这11级着陆时间肯定就不是8分50秒了，而是会9分多钟，估计。
Which, if I remember correctly, John you said that is the distance from Los Angeles to the Golden Gate Bridge.
There you go. They're going to get there a lot faster.
快到达1级的载入点火高度。 好，准备
点火开始。
现在看到是一级的载入点火。刚进入大气层的时候，去掉大部分的速度，以防止火箭过快。
What you're seeing on screen on the left-hand side is the entry burns, the first of 2 burns on the first stage. Again, this first stage has already separated from the second stage. So the first stage is making its way back to Earth, trying to land. The second stage, everything is going well. It is headed into orbit with the crew.
这次载入点火也比很女比稍长一点。
You can see a sunrise horizon there with planet Earth just behind the glowing.
说起来，于老师，你那边那个直播流延迟是不是有点大？
是吗？可能是网络卡了几次，真不好意思。
当然，可能是因为我已经调了那个加速，把它那个缓冲全部已经耗光了，就比较快。
因为我是4个小时前开始直播嘛，中间卡过几次，就每卡一次都会积累一点延迟，估计。这个不好意思。
The MVAC to throttle down and cut off an event called second engine cutoff.
应该我们是会先看到2级起火，然后再看1级的回收。
At the same time, the
很快
first
到
stage
2级的熄火。
will be beginning its landing burn. And here we have the MVAC. We just saw that it
1级的高度2.几公里，很快就要开始。好，开始了已经。着陆点火开始。
着陆环。
切画面。
轨道植入。
哦，来了。
我了。
哦。
An unexplored frontier. A few have come before, and many are about to follow. The door's opening now. It's pretty incredible.
有吗？
Stage 1 landing is
complete. 哦，这个欢呼已经说明了一切。哎，在现场评审就比我们多看一些东西。他是想要给我们看什么？他是想甩这个平板吗？
separate from the second stage, and then shortly after that, we'll begin opening that nose cone. At the
他拿这块平板想干。 刚才卡死了1级画面没？接下来要看龙飞船分离吧。宇航员比较抢镜头。
So there's that MVAC
右边那个刚才丢出了个啥？
哦，这是带货吗？
这是灵气指示器。
对，这是灵踪指示器，不知道带了什么货。
好像是个
是个娃娃，我不知道什么娃娃。
只看到一个背影，看不太清。
白色的。这个是龙飞船的舱底啊。 基本上是要检查一些东西，他要看，然后龙飞船就会和2级分离。
你直接画面都给了
，1级没有地位。刚才看最后的画面，应该好像没问题吧？他欢呼也很好嘛，应该是没错。
SX 也发推了，
发推了吗？啊，那1级回收肯定没问题。
Falcon 9 stays in orbit for a while till it eventually comes back to Earth, and then Dragon moves on its way.
Yeah, John, you talked about the terminal count earlier today, and this is almost similar to that. It's like another check before the next thing, before the next event that happens.
We're about 30 seconds away from separation of Dragon from the second stage. The view on the left-hand side of the screen is the view of the unpressurized section of Dragon. So it's the sort of back end, the trunk section of the Dragon. So when we do see separation, we'll see that kind of push away from the second stage and make its way into orbit.
Once again, the Inspiration 4 has lifted off from pad 39A. They are now in orbit around Earth.
他给出时间点预报也是准的。好，龙飞船分离确认。
感觉这次欢呼声都特别的热烈。
是啊，哎，这次
比拿他的任务还要
很热烈一些。
And copy that, Gers. We really appreciate everyone's help back in LCT.
而且空叉的直播观感确实要比 NASA 的好很多。
Chief Engineer Bill
NASA 是万年720P。
Communicating with Inspiration 4 Commander Jared Isaacman.
对，我刚才看出那个时间表，那它时间预告表和它实际执行的还是蛮接近的。那么按照它的流程最后看的话，应该就是
The Dragon has separated away from the second stage.
应该是13分钟会有鼻锥打开，差不多快到了。
A lot of space there. And
鼻锥打开我们能看到吗？应该看不到吧？
这就是语音播报。
And then the next event that we are anticipating is the opening.
Dragon SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
再检查天
We're
然
going
引
to
擎
open。up that nose cone.
一级的不一级是吧？那个罗飞船飞机都飞机器
call out
检查
nominal Draco checkouts after separation.
And there's that first view that we have over the shoulders of Commander Jared Isaacman and pilot Sian Proctor. Dr. Sian Proctor is on the right-hand side, and Jared is on the left-hand side. And this is their dashboard for the next 3 days. These touch screens provide them all of the telemetry and data and information about the systems on board Dragon that they can interact with while on.
这应该不是我的错觉吧？他们舱内画面还是相对比较糊的感觉。
We can see the
舱内带宽下降。
看到了。不过它舱内和地面通讯带宽有限。
It is a little golden retriever.
Golden retriever.
Retriever 是什么
？Golden retriever assistance dogs at St. Jude Children's Hospital. That is.
好像是那个医院的一个
吉祥物哦，医院的吉祥物。
Fifth crew member on board with the
可以的，
Inspiration
可以
4 crew.
有想法的。买爆啊！
So in a few seconds here, we are expecting the nose cone to open up, and hopefully we'll be able to see the first views of the Dragon cupola in space.
OK， 那位病患可以考虑一下，在二手市场卖个好价格，如果有的话。
There we can see that they have just opened up their visors.
他现在应该是获准可以脱宇航，就是可以放松了。 面罩都打开了。
And there is a forward hatch inside of Dragon between the cupola and the crew. So when the nose cone does deploy, they won't immediately get to see out the cupola. But once they get out of their seats, open up that hatch, they'll get some incredible views of space. And on your right-hand screen is Mission Control Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters here.
文是不是还有楼下？怎么说呢？就是其实整个太空舱并不是很大，对吧？但是有一个好处就是说，是一旦在零重力环境下的话，那他们的生活平面就相对来说就更大了。就我们一般人生活的话，就是有点二维的意思，就是你不能在墙面上生活，也不能在屋顶上，就是天花板上生活，但他们都可以，所以他们其实可以会这个空间会被更有效利用起来。
And insert the cupola, which will basically provide a 360 view of space for our passengers inside Dragon Resilience here, which I cannot wait for our first views of the cupola. You know, everything that we've seen on the ground here is just incredible, and you know, to see it actually in action with those 360 views is going to be breathtaking. For us, I can't even imagine what it might be like to actually experience it in person.
Yeah, this is going to be incredible, and I can't wait for them to get the first look out, and hopefully we'll get to see some of their reactions when they first look out that window.
没有通讯地方，或者说是为他们换衣服而切掉信号，我不知道是哪一个。
Yeah, so if you are just joining us, this is the Inspiration 4 mission, the first all civilian crew in space. The team had a nominal ascent of Pad 39A in Kennedy Space Center and are currently in orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, what an incredible place to be in right now. We can say we have now put 4 civilians into space, into orbit. It's been an incredible journey for us to get here. We didn't do this alone. There's a lot of history working with our partners, NASA, to get us to this point. A lot of efforts with reusability and reflying vehicles, which we've seen on this mission particularly. We've reflown the booster 3 times. Dragon, we flew for a second time here. First flew on Crew 1 last year. And now Jared, Sian, Chris, and Hayley are out in space.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Just the fact that these are normal, regular people, non-professional astronauts, and they're now in space. It's okay. And it's just wonderful to know that the access to space has opened up. I believe in the note that Jared relayed back to ground. He said that the door is wide open and the view is spectacular. Of course, they can't quite see out through the dome just yet, as we mentioned before. But metaphorically, it's an incredible feeling to be on board the Dragon at this moment.
而且像这种高度的话，龙飞船应该在星链上面。
对，这个也是很大的问题。就是星链之所以能够彼此之间互联的话，因为他们相对之间其实是非常稳定的位置关系嘛，他们是同高度同轨道，但是或者很类似轨道，这个高度不一样，这两个相对数据很大，那你要跟踪就很麻烦。
Then we'll begin circularizing the orbit. But more importantly, we got into contact with the ground station in England, and they confirmed the nose cone is open.
Okay.
So another major event. The hooks that hold it down have opened up, and the nose cone deploys itself up on the actuator. So that exposes the cupola, and we're going to see if we might get any kind of view here before we sign off.
Yeah. And as
那么
you
再等一下，能不
mentioned,
能看到一个比锥的打
we
开的
are
画
going
面
to？the International Space Station. We're
他们怎么
actually
才能
just
确
going
认？
out into space, into orbit.
只要
So
宇航
they
员
will
爬
be
出去，
doing
爬到那
a
里去
couple
拍张照。
turns. Another one will be, or the
应
first
该
one
就
will
是
be
遥测信号能够确认。
45 minutes into
遥测
flight,
信号已
and
经
then
刚播报
another
了。
90 minutes into flight,
并
and
且
that'll
它那
take
个
them to
的
their
话，
final
还有
orbit
这个
of
舱门是说法。
575 kilometers away from Earth.
我有一个猜测，我觉得他们应该会在那个圆顶外部 的某一个位置放一个相机，这样的话每个人都可以在那边有一个非常酷炫的合影，而不是就留影纪念。那样的话，我们也许就能够看到直接的那个画面。
However,
你不觉得这很应该？
that footage once it becomes available, and the 4 of us are super excited to see what our 4 Inspiration 4 astronauts are going to be seeing over the next 3 days. So at this point, Jared, Hayley, Chris, and Sian are now officially in orbit. Over the next 45 minutes, they will reach their cruising orbit and spend the next 3 days orbiting planet Earth. We'll be checking in periodically with the crew to see how they're enjoying their first trip to orbit and to check in on those 360 views of space.
If you are curious and want to know where Dragon is at orbiting the
我的意思就是在太空拍大头贴，这不是很酷炫吗？
Yeah, and stay on top of any potential live events that we might be able to have with the crew while they're out in orbit by following us on social.
那么他们
Finally for today, the thank yous.
他们之后不会全程
搞直播吗？ Getting us through the countdown, the FAA for launch approval, and of course the Inspiration 4 crew for their confidence in SpaceX, getting them into space today. And finally, thank you to everyone who is logged in to watch our webcast and donated to the St. Jude Children's Hospital. With that, we wish you a good day.
Nice. 哇，看了4个多小时。 可以，对，非常完美，也不就说遗憾的话，就是没有看到1级的着陆画面。反正就是那个样子。
只能说是官方确认了。
确认了。
只能说是这几艘如果选择回收画面一直都。
我感觉最近变差了，怎么搞的？之前还有个
有的时候能特别稳定，有的时候变得
总之这就是
我刚才看 Scott Manley 发了个推说那个什么龙飞船，即使这次发射还没有结束的时候，它在太空中所待的时间已经超过了维珍银河和那个蓝色起源的信息获得。
太黑了，太黑了！
哎呀，这个逮到机会稍微嘲讽一下。Scott Manley 发的嘛，
有机会就嘲讽。
看到了。Dragon spend more time in space than Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic before even they complete the mission. Complete the launch. 好，这里是零重力直击猜测，有照片吗？发一个原版的出来。那看得不是很清楚，像狗一样的一个叫 retract 吗？我忘记了。行啊，那这次任务就基本上就看到这里，大家感想如何？
算是挺不错的一次任务了。
可以。行吧，我也是看。
好像是第一次载人任务有4K 直播。
对，是的，你看一下这些选项，我倒没有开 4K， 我开了108，这里有那个最高可以选 4K。我这显示器才1440p，我就没有选那么高。
我这里开的是4K， 但是我只有108P 的显示器。
我这个网速可能有点慌，但这是很厉害的。他说要看玻璃窗。
玻璃窗今天估计是看不到的。
为什么这里还有个说有个巴西人？后来看中文直播，我在评论看到很生气的评论，
到处都有。
生气。难道还蛮生气的。行，看到这里吧。反正之后他们还要飞3天嘛，肯定还是有更多的内容的。他们是不是照他们意思，就是说只有从网飞那边看了，空差这边不会继续播了吗？
这个不太清楚，查一下吧。
反正有的话，后续我们再看看吧。反正整个飞行过程是不可能一直看下去的，反正如果他们最后剪辑下看一下也不错。
我刚才看了一下 Netflix 的直播，也是刚才就结束了。
那他之后直接就是用的空差院。
对，他之后可能各种活动不知道打算怎么弄。他还说那个 Chris 要弄 ukulele 的那个演奏和演唱。ukulele 是怎么翻译的来着？就那个像吉他一样比较小的乐器。
尤克里里。
就叫尤克里里是吧？好吧。好吧，我无所谓。那行，这次我们就看到这里，收了吗？收摊，大家有什么结语吗？
总而言之，又是一次完美的任务，期待他们能够成功的返航。
对，这里其实我可以问一下你自己，就我个人的话，以前的话，我觉得像太空旅行这种事情，我个人觉得还是，就即使给我这个机会，我也不是比较犹豫，可能不是特别想去啊。你们现在有没有这种想法上逐渐有点改观的？我今天觉得有点想法倾向于改观的感觉。
其实我一直都是有可以去的话就一定会去的。
OK， 比较有行动力。
我觉得有机会肯定会去的呀，你竟然还会犹豫。
这个
不要犹豫了。
你要有好几个月的训练时间，还有一定的风险，对吧？对，政治方面
其实这个倒是让我想到之前美日宇航员表示他不太敢做现在的新舰。
新舰肯定是还要等很久了，裸飞船感觉可以接受。
裸飞船已经是完全可以接受了。
但多少还是要冒一点风险的，就是真的给这个机会站在面前的角色的时候，可能还是要想一想的，还是有一点风险，还是有很大精力投入。当然以后如果说变得就是以这个事件为看到以后会变得越来越便利的话，那可能就像我这种可能就越来越倾向于有机会了我也要上的感觉。对。行，那我们这次任务就看到这里吧。感谢油管的各位收看，也感谢3位嘉宾的一起来唠嗑。那我们就到这里吧。
很开心，3天以后看结果喽。
3天看看回来再看。行，拜拜，感谢，
拜拜，
拜拜，
再见，
大家早安和晚安。
各位再见，你们是早安，我们是晚安。
对，
拜拜，
好，拜
拜。
好，那我这边也关了。